Good morning, everyone. I hope you all can hear me today. Um, Hello and welcome to Exploring USGS Science Careers in the Southeast. We are so excited that you're able to join us today. We have been looking forward to this event, and we hope you have been too. Today, we're going to learn about the diverse science and career paths offered here at the U.S. Geological Survey. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linda DeBrewer. My pronouns are she and her. I am a science advisor for the Southeast region and the region's laboratory quality management systems manager. I sit at our headquarters in Reston, Virginia, and I will be moderating our introductory session today. Before we get started, we wanted to point out a few features in Teams that might help you have a full experience today. First off, for those who might benefit from closed captioning, there is closed captioning for this event. It's available through Microsoft Teams. To turn on live captionings, you can click on the three dots in your meeting window and click on that has more, labeled more, navigate to language and speech, and then click on show live captions. We want this really to be an engaging virtual event and virtual event. We want to engage as much as possible. So we want to hear from you. Please use your chat. This is on the right-hand side of your screen to ask questions and also to provide comments throughout the event. We will answer comments at certain points throughout the event, but we'll also have some of our staff answering questions live and active in the chat. So go ahead and post those questions and comments. If you have any technical issues during the event, please email stp_it@usgs.gov. That email address is on the screen, and we'll also put it in the chat. We have an amazing IT team here to help us today, and they're here to help you to make sure you have a full experience. Okay. We also want to give you a heads up that we're going to be recording this event for the entire day, and we will provide those videos and audio descriptions with closed captioning after the event has concluded. We do understand that you may not be able to attend the full event, but please join us when you're able. Along with the recordings, we're going to have available the slides from our presenters, also materials and resources that are related to the topics that we discussed today. Okay, so what are we going to do today? Today, we'll be discussing the various science and career paths available here at the U.S. Geological Survey, specifically within the 8 science centers within the Southeast region. You should have received your agenda in your a link to the agenda in your inbox with the meeting link, but we'll also you can follow along on our webpage. We'll put that link in the chat so you can access it easier. Okay, so we'll begin with an introduction of the USGS and the Southeast region, and then we'll hear about some of the exciting work that's happening in our science centers. We'll learn a bit about the importance of diversity, equity, inclusivity, and accessibility, also known as DEIA, to the USGS. We'll also have a demo to help you better understand how to navigate the federal hiring system and the federal hiring process. We will take a lunch break, and at 1 o'clock Eastern, we will reconvene for our 3 career panel discussions focused on science support, technical capabilities, and research careers. During these panel discussions, you will have the ability to hear from our USGS science staff or USGS staff representing different backgrounds, academic trainings, fields of study, and you can ask questions of our science, our staff and about careers, professional opportunities, and more. So plenty of opportunities to ask questions. And again, we want you to use the chat to provide comments and questions. Okay, to get us started, I'd like to welcome Nick Allman. Nick is a science advisor in the Southeast region. He will start us off with an introduction to the USGS and an overview of the Southeast region. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this session today. I hope it's informative to you. My name is Nick Allman. I'm a science advisor in the Southeast region of the USGS. You'll learn more about that in a bit. I have two jobs today, one to give you an overview of the USGS in general, and then to give you a little bit more specific information about the Southeast region. I'm here today in place of Holly Wires, who's our Southeast Regional Director. She was unable to join today, so I'm happy to do this. Been with the USGS now for 13 years and with other federal agencies, so I think I bring some perspectives that might help you a little bit as you're considering future careers. All right, next slide, please. Let's talk about, first of all, the USGS in general, the U.S. Geological Survey. First, I'm going to talk about the name. It's kind of an old name. As you can see, we were created by an act of Congress in 1879. And actually, it's just one paragraph that created us in 1879. But our name is an old name. It infers that we can infer from that we just do geological science. But that's the farthest thing from the truth, as you're going to see. We do work in every aspect of science. So the name is a little bit old, and I'm sure you've heard of USGS mostly from if there are volcanoes or landslides or earthquake events. We almost always have news organizations are interviewing USGS scientists that work in that area. So we're an arm of the Department of Interior, which is a very large department, 70,000 plus employees, and one of 11 I forget how many cabinet agencies exactly. I have a slide on that in a minute. But we are a cabinet level agency, and we manage, the Department of Interior through its 11 bureaus manages 500 million acres of this country's land. 20% of our land area is managed by the Department of Interior. But you're going to see that USGS doesn't do that management ourselves. We are the provider of science. And I think that's a really important thing for what we do. Next slide, please. And here's that bigger picture slide that shows all of these executive level cabinet agencies to report to the White House. We're that on that top line there. We're the third one from the left with a nice buffalo image on it in the executive level of our administration. So you see a lot of other cabinet level departments, including State Department, the Treasury Department. And like I said, we fit into that. And each of these cabinets has several bureaus, is the jargon we use in government to talk about the sub-organizations under each of those cabinet level organizations. And we all help the Department of Interior fulfill its mission and also help fulfill the mission of the administration of the country. As a cabinet level bureau, we're led by a political appointee, and that means that the person who leads Department of Interior is appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate of the U.S. Senate. And that's different from what we call career level employees, which most of us are. And career level employees are those that go through the regular job application process. If you could advance that slide one more time. Sorry, I forgot to do that. Our current secretary is Deb Holland, who's the first Native American woman to lead the department. She's an amazing person. She is responsible for overseeing all the activities within the Department of Interior, including all of its 11 bureaus. So it's a big job, very large department with 11 bureaus, as I mentioned before. Next slide, please. So let's focus in a little bit more on the Department of Interior and mention those 11 bureaus that we have. You're going to recognize some of them, and some others may be less familiar with you, but they all play very important roles. If you look down this list, you can see the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Education. I'm not going to mention all of these, but I'll point out a couple. The Bureau of Land Management, by its name, you might guess, really is responsible for the management of a lot of our lands. Keep going down there. And of course, the others that you might have heard before is the National Park Service. It's quite a bit larger in terms of employees than the USGS, and it manages our national parks across the country. We also have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which you've probably heard about. And they manage the refuge system that occurs all the way across the country, 500 plus national wildlife refuges. And they also have an arm of that agency that enforces and manages the Endangered Species Act and the Migratory Bird Act. So they actually have an enforcement or a regulatory authority. And I'll point out again, I mentioned this several times, that the USGS does not manage land and we do not enforce regulations. We are strictly a science bureau, and by that independence, I think we keep our science unbiased. And in fact, we get a lot of trust that way because people that work with USGS know that we're not involved in advocacy for particular management decisions or enforcement of specific regulations. That's really kind of important. Okay, the next slide, please. I got it there. So DOI, I'm sorry, back up one. Our USGS is the Science Bureau of the DOI, Department of Interior, but we also furnish science that's used by a lot of other agencies. I work in the Everglades and run the Everglades program for the USGS, and our science is used by numerous other federal agencies, state agencies, local governments, tribal entities, academia, and the private sector. So even though we're the science arm of DOI, you'll find that our science applies in a lot of places across our country. Now, the next slide, please. We are led by David Applegate, who is also, like the Secretary of Interior, a political appointee. And he has a big job. He oversees the scientific and operational programs of the Bureau. And he also, reports back to the Department of Interior and to the Secretary, and has to operate at a high level. In fact, he ends up giving or appearing in congressional briefings from time to time. But as I said, he's the face of the USGS, both across the US government and the public in general. Next slide, please. Let's talk about where we work. As I mentioned, the size of USGS, we're 8,000 plus people, and I'll mention that 8,000 includes not just permanent employees, but in addition to that 8,000, we have contractors and volunteers and other folks working with us in 300 plus locations across the country. And you see a lot of dots on this map, and the size of the dots is roughly proportional to the number of USGS staff that work there. And if you look at that, not in addition to the 50 states, we also work in Guam and Puerto Rico, US territories. And so again, quite a large contingent of scientists, administrative staff, and human resources people working all on the same mission, which we'll get to in a second. Our headquarters is in Reston, Virginia, near Washington, D.C., which is where many of our staff are located. You can see that circled in the northeast there. We have two other pretty large concentrations of folks. One's in the Denver area at the Denver Federal Center, and also in Fort Collins, and also a large contingent of scientists and other staff near Moffett Field in California. And it just goes to show that if you are located somewhere in the US, there's probably a USGS office relatively close to you. Next slide, please. We're going to hone down a little bit more now on the regions and how we organize our work across the country. There are seven regions that we operated in. DOI, the Department of Interior, actually created 12 unified regions, but because of the nature of our work, we grouped together some of these areas to make our own regions, 7 regions in total. And some of these regions, even though, for example, we call ourselves the Southeast region, that may not seem the most intuitive when you look at the map, but it does include 14 states, which includes Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas, and also the 2 territories I mentioned, Puerto Rico and US Virgin Islands. So quite a large number of people that are managed under the Southeast region, and we're conducting science that applies to many different natural resource problems across that area. The next slide, please. So as far as what the USGS does in general, if you look at our mission statement there, it's pretty broad. We monitor, analyze, and predict current and evolving dynamics of complex human and natural Earth system interactions, and to deliver actionable intelligence at scales and timeframes relevant to decision makers. I'm going to highlight that last little part there just for a minute. We make sure that we are doing science that's relevant to those that need our science. And our science, there's a lot of basic science that's being done, a lot of applied science and monitoring and modeling. But the main thing is we want to make sure that we listen to, interact with, and understand the needs of, for example, the superintendent at Everglades National Park, who needs to know certain things about invasive species, especially the invasive Burmese python. So we work with that park staff to do the kind of science that really helps them make the decisions they need to do. So again, going back to our name, geological is a little bit older name. It's not just the earth, rocks, and minerals, but I would say that we encompass science all the way from molecular biology up through landscape science and landscape modeling. So it's a really big range of things that we do. So our science is split into what we call mission areas depicted in this slide. And if you look at each of them, there's the core science systems, the ecosystems mission area, energy and minerals, natural hazards, and water resources. Just briefly want to mention what each of them do. Water resources, as it sounds, we work with partners to monitor, assess, conduct targeted research, and deliver information on water resources and conditions, things like stream flow, water quality, and water use and availability. And as you might know, we manage a huge network of gauges and stream monitoring systems across the country to look at and help provide information that are really important during flooding events and other situations. Our core science systems mission area is the primary national civilian mapping agency, which includes geologic mapping, national geospatial coordination, remote sensing, and satellite operations. And some of you may know that we used to produce these quad maps that were heavily used by the recreational community hikers. We still do that, although we don't print them and distribute them like we did, we produce them electronically. So it's a lot more streamlined process. The ecosystems mission area provides science to help our partners and the public achieve sustainable management and conservation of biological resources in wild and urban spaces and in terrestrial and aquatic systems. And finally, the energy and minerals management area serves as a primary source of impartial scientific information on geologic, energy, and mineral resources, delivering actionable science to inform crucial resource management decisions. And natural hazards, that wasn't the last one. Natural hazards mission area works with our partners to monitor, assess, and conduct targeted research on a variety of natural hazards, including, as I've mentioned before, earthquakes, volcanoes, landslides. All of this helps policymakers and the public understand what is needed to enhance preparedness, response, and resilience. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Let's put our science activities in context with other federal science agencies, because there are other science agencies in the federal system. We are unique in that we only do science, as I mentioned before. We're not involved in those regulatory decisions, management decisions, policy making, or advocacy. And I'll contrast that just for the personal experience. I used to work for the National Park Service, Everglades National Park, and that was one job in which I was expected to use science to advocate and recommend specific management actions inside the park. But again, with USGS, we don't do that. We find out what kind of science they need and we provide it, both inside and outside of the Department of Interior, so that they can make informed decisions related to our nation's natural resources. So you look at that list of the other science agencies there, you can see them. I'll add another one that doesn't show up there, and that's the Environmental Protection Agency. The reason it doesn't show up there is not formally a cabinet agency. It's a separate executive agency off to the side, but as you know, it's responsible for enforcing a lot of our laws that protect the environment, things like the water quality of the nation. And in doing that, they have a large science effort that we work closely with some of the EPA scientists across the country. Next slide. So describing potential jobs in the USGS and who we are, we are federal employees or civil servants. We answer to Congress, who controls both laws and appropriations. They control our budget, the president, executive orders and budgets, and the public. And again, one thing, I'm going to come back to this independence and unbiased nature of what we do. We don't serve politics or political parties, so we stay very neutral on that kind of thing. That's a very important part of our job and our role. So as you'll hear today, USGS has staff and scientists who come from a variety of backgrounds, training, and experience. And that's we're really proud of that. The next slide, please. We do, when you begin employment with the federal government, you do take an oath of office on the very first day, just like congressional members do. And if you take a look at that oath, we take that very seriously, that we defend the Constitution against all enemies, that you can read the whole thing. We take this obligation freely without reservation or evasion, and that we faithfully and faithfully discharge the duties of our office. So we are federal employees, we are civil servants, and that's at the core of what we do. Next slide, please. So as far as who works here, in terms of disciplines, we are scientists, we are ecologists, biologists, computer scientists, geographers, oceanographers, botanists, wildlife ecologists, the list goes on and on. And that's just in the Southeast region. When you look across the nation, we have volcanologists, seismologists, planetary scientists, veterinarians, wildlife health experts, and more. But what we hope you take away from today's event is that we don't just do or hire scientists. We absolutely cannot do the important work we do if it not were for the support staff, our administrative staff, our finance team, our communications and outreach staff, our IT and database management experts, and the people who keep our computers and websites and programs secure and running. We rely on the technical expertise of our staff who work in the field, in the lab, and in the office, helping to make sure our operations are safe, efficient, and successful. So no matter what your degree is in or your interests lie or what stage you are in your career, we have a place for you within the USGS. All right, next slide. I'm going to spend just a few minutes highlighting a little bit more about this Southeast region. There's a picture of Holly Wires, our regional director. And again, we've already mentioned we cover these 14 states and the two territories, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. So we're going to be hearing today in this event from staff and scientists from across our Southeast region. So we have quite a diverse group of folks talking to you about a lot of different topics. And again, if you look at the dots on this map, you can see the locations of all of our various offices in the region, so we pretty evenly spread across that region. Next slide, please. We are comprised of 8 science centers in that region, each led by a center director who's overseen by Director Holly Wires, our regional director. So in many cases, these centers have multiple locations and offices. For example, in Florida here, we have a number of offices spread across the state. But the work that these centers do span the entirety of the region, sometimes even the country and even the world. We do a lot of international work. I'll mention again in a personal note for the Everglades research, we largely fund centers in the Southeast region, but we also bring in scientists from regions outside of the Southeast that have particular expertise that we need. So the next slide, please. We'll highlight a little bit about the role of each of these 8 centers in the Southeast region. The top 2, the Columbia Environmental Research Center and the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center, are under our ecosystems mission area. And so they do the ecological science work that we've mentioned before. The next slide, please. Now we have one center that falls under the Natural Hazards Mission Area, the St. Petersburg Coastal and Marine Science Center. And next slide. And these final 5 centers fall under our Water Resources Mission Area. And you can see them, the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center, Central Midwest, Lower Mississippi Gulf, Oklahoma, Texas, and the South Atlantic. All of those water science centers do those water resource mission types of work that we need so importantly to conduct all of our science and our work. Next one, please. So I point out that even though we have these 8 centers here, our scientists collaborate with other centers in other regions who fall under every mission area. Again, with the Everglades, using that as an example, I work in the Everglades. But as I said before, we bring in scientists. We have scientists that work here from California, from Wisconsin, from Reston, Virginia, all over the country that we collaborate with that bring in very specific and important expertise that is important here in South Florida and the Everglades. Next slide, please. There are a few other elements to our organization that we want to mention that also offer employment opportunities. One of these is what we call the CAST, Climate Adaptation Science Centers. And these are science centers that focus on climate change, the impacts of climate change. We have 3 of them in the Southeast region. We have the Southeast, South Central, And the South region is included in 3 CAST regions, I should say, which includes the Southeast, South Central, and the Midwest. So the CAST systems that we have are consortiums. They partner with various academic institutions in their locations, and they're funded by the U.S. to conduct climate science. The next slide, please. In addition to the CAST, we also have what we call the co-op units. These are a partnership of academic institutions, state fish and wildlife departments, and the USGS. These support cooperative research on fish and wildlife issues. They're student-driven programs located on college campuses, and again, they offer job opportunities within the USGS. Next slide, please. So in the USGS, the Southeast region, we're involved in a number of topics that cross disciplines and cross mission areas. As I mentioned, collaborating with folks from other locations, but some of our priorities include water quality, including harmful algal blooms and contaminants, climate change, I mentioned before, natural disasters. Hurricanes are a big issue in the Southeast, as you probably know, imperiled species, invasive species, and coastal hazards. So in the lightning talks you're going to hear today, you're going to hear from each of the centers as they highlight some of these exciting science opportunities they have. Next slide. And finally, I'm just going to close quickly with a little bit of my experiences in the federal government. I've been in a lot of different positions, including academic institutions, state government, and the federal government. As I mentioned, I've been with USGS for 13 years. I was with the Everglades National Park for 15 years before that. And I can tell you the Department of Interior and the USGS are fantastic places to work. I can honestly say there's not a day in my job that I'm bored. We have exciting challenges that we have to bring science to bear to. One of my main jobs is speaking both with our scientists and with all the natural resource managers that work in the Everglades. And I try to find what their needs are, and I go out and look for USGS scientists from across the country that I can bring in and fund to help these managers make the kind of decisions they have to make. And their decisions, the science decisions, the decisions that are made based on science can have huge financial implications and mean a lot to the success of what we do in natural resource management and restoration. It's been a tremendous job. It's wonderful people we work for. It's a diverse organization. It's just really, I can't say enough about how much I've enjoyed my 13 years here and hope to do a few more years. So with that, I'm going to stop. I'll turn it back over to Linda. I don't know if there are questions or you have time for questions, Linda. I'll turn it back to you.
We may have time for a question or two, and thank you so much, Nick, for sharing your experience and also sharing the information about USGS and the Southeast region. Dorothy, do we have a question here that we could answer? I think there are a question or two in the chat. We have another minute before our next session.
Yes, there was one question about opportunities to work remotely. And we answered that, yes, there are opportunities, but it's not our primary mode. And if you are applying for a specific position, which you'll hear about when Alicia speaks, the vacancy will list whether or not there's an option for remote work.
Great, thank you so much for that. That's a very good question. Okay, now we're going to have USGS scientists from each of the 8 science centers in the Southeast region to highlight the diverse research we're involved in. First up, we'll have 2 of our ecosystem-focused science centers, the Columbia Environmental Research Center and the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center. From the Columbia Environmental Research Center, we have Matthew Strockoff, who will present on the use of uncrewed aerial systems for science. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. As Linda said, I am with the Columbia Environmental Research Center. I'm an ecologist, and I've been here about 23 years. And today I'll be discussing how UAS have allowed us to provide science to these other agencies with which we work. I am not speaking from Columbia today. In fact, I'm in Albuquerque on the campus of the Southwestern Indians Polytechnic Institute, where I'm attending the 6th Federal Users UAS Workshop. UAS are drones. Across the campus, many of our federal agencies are being represented, and they're attending information about new and emerging UAS technologies. What I'm going to talk about is the opportunity that's provided me to get out into the world and provide science. Next slide, please. So my first UAS experience was in Bluffton, Indiana, where we used imagery and derived products to monitor restorations of sites that had been contaminated. And that work is very important, as Mr. Alma was saying, to our partners within EPA, within the Department of Interior itself. Second, I went to Midnight Meadows in New Mexico, just a couple hours north of here, where we took imagery to provide pre-restoration information for sites that were going to be restored, these high altitude meadows, to provide and protect habitat for Rio Grande trout downstream. I got my own UAS license in 2018, and by the end of the year, the Kilauea eruption had occurred in Hawaii, and I was fortunate enough to be sent there to provide situational awareness information for the response effort that was going on throughout that time. Some of my colleagues here were involved in the rescue of an individual who was in danger of being cut off from by changing flows in lava. We collected data in the South Pacific, Palmyra Atoll, and that's going to be used for restoration efforts at that location on a former World War II site. And our many bits of data that we collect provide a variety of service to the U.S. public. We develop new systems for sampling. I've already discussed how human health and safety are protected and enhanced. And we also support efforts to provide science for endangered and invasive species. And as was mentioned earlier, those invasive species can have a significant impact on economics and the environment. Most of my work is involving ecological restoration. That takes me into all 5 of those different mission areas that were mentioned earlier, and it gets me working with a whole slew of very talented, creative, problem-solving scientists within each of those disciplines, both within the Columbia Environmental Research Center and throughout USGS and beyond. And I really love being a civil servant, and I can't imagine a better place to do that than the U.S. Geological Survey. I highly recommend it as a place to work.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Really appreciate your time. Okay, now we have Adam Perez from the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center, who will speak on innovative genetic approaches to understanding wildlife disease. Thank you, Adam.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Perez, and I am a biologist in Maggie Hunter's Conservation Genetics Lab at the USGS Wetland and Aquatic Research Center in Gainesville, Florida. I am a Hispanic male with short brown hair. I'm wearing a blue button-down shirt and have a black backdrop with the USGS logo. After moving to the US from the Dominican Republic when I started college, I wanted to become a nurse. That's how it all started. But while earning a bachelor's degree in biology while I was in Connecticut, I realized that I actually liked to teach. So I changed my career path and went on to earn a PhD at Penn State in microbiology, which back then was my favorite subject. During my PhD, my mentor advised me to network beyond my specific area of research. And with this, many opportunities, domestically and internationally, from resting alligators in Florida to engineering photosynthetic bacteria to produce diverse products in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, arose. These diverse experiences led me to develop both the technical and people skills needed to continue to explore new horizons. Next slide, please. So this journey has now led me to become a biologist at the USGS, where I'm exploring the use of molecular tools to aid in the detection and management of our natural resources, especially for the detection of pathogens that affect our natural wildlife. For example, I was delighted with the challenge to use the genetic editing tool CRISPR-Cas to develop a user-friendly and cost-effective method to detect wildlife pathogens without the need of a fully equipped lab. Together with our state partners at the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, we tested this tool to detect the fungal pathogen that causes white nose syndrome in bats, a devastating disease that has killed millions of bats across North America. Next slide, please. And of course, bats are a critical member of our ecosystem, and using this tool in the field will assist with their conservation by 1, identifying which bat species are susceptible, 2, estimating the current geographic range of the fungus, and 3, informing early treatment of outbreaks. Currently, I am working to apply these CRISPR-Cas tools to detect other pathogens that affect our wildlife. And honestly, I'm excited to see where the science and the adventures take me next. Like Nick said before, not a day goes by where I am bored at the USGS. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share my experience.
Thank you so much, Adam. It's always good to see you. Okay, next up, we have our Hazards Focused Science Center in the Southeast. This is the St. Petersburg Marine and Coastal Science Center. Lauren Toff is here to speak on her research on coral growth. Lauren?
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, I'm very excited to talk to you about my research. I'm a white blonde woman with a blue dress and flowers. And my research here at USGS is focused on understanding the coral growth process, what it controlled it in the past, how it's changing today, and how managers can work to ensure that that process continues in the future. Next slide. So why do we study the growth of coral reefs? One of the reasons is that coral reef growth produces these complex underwater structures that form habitats that are the literal foundation of an entire ecosystem. In addition to being beautiful, and so in addition to their aesthetic value, they also have tremendous economic value. They're estimated to contribute about $4 billion a year to the US economy and $8.5 billion in Florida alone, where my research is focused. These structures underwater that coral reefs build also break down wave energy during storms like hurricanes, which of course is also very important in South Florida. They also serve as habitat for a tremendous number of species, including many of the fisheries that support a $12 billion a year industry in Florida. But one of the things that's often overlooked in all of those incredible things that reefs provide is that it doesn't just depend on that living coral animal, which actually makes up a very thin layer at the top of the reef. Next. Instead, reefs and those functions that they provide exist because of the buildup of these geologic structures, this coral rock, which takes hundreds to thousands of years. Next slide. So that's why we study this process of coral reef growth over a variety of timescales. Some of our research is focused on collecting and studying geologic records of coral reefs, which you can see on the left on this slide. So for example, by collecting these underwater cores, there's a picture of me doing that there. Those records can tell us how, where, when, and why these reefs were able to grow in the past. And then we use that information to try to interpret the changes that we're seeing on today's reefs. In the last 50 years, we've seen this unprecedented die-off of corals, mostly due to high temperatures and coral disease. And as a result, the ability of reefs to continue to maintain those complex geologic structures has really been diminished. What you're seeing here in the picture on the bottom right is a reef in the Florida Keys that not only stopped growing, it's actually eroding away. And that's something that's happening on more and more reefs, and it's threatening all those valuable functions that we want reefs to be able to provide. So another thing that we're doing at USGS is we're creating models to understand how coral restoration, which you can see in these middle pictures on the bottom of the slide, might be able to reverse some of those declines, not only in coral abundance, but also in that reef growth process. So the future of reefs may look more like they did in the past. And thank you for letting me share this research. I love my job here at USGS and just very excited to share it with you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We appreciate your time. So next up, we have, excuse me, the Water Resources Focused Science Centers based in the Southeast. First up, we have Brett Johnston at the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center, who will speak on work in Lake Okeechobee. Brett?
Hey, good morning, everybody. As Linda said, my name is Brett Johnston. I'm a hydrologist with the USGS Caribbean Florida Water Science Center in Orlando, Florida. I'm a white male with salt and pepper hair and wearing a baby blue polo. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of our Lake Okeechobee sediment transport project, which is focused on leveraging in-water sensor measurements to compute estimates of suspended sediment concentration at locations of interest around the lake. For those that are unfamiliar, sediment is generally bottom material consisting of small particles like sand, silt, and clay, along with organic material like bits of decomposed plants. Suspended sediment data are crucial for informing water managers and stakeholders on how sediment moves through a system and its impact on downstream water quality. Next slide. Our project's primary objective is to develop methods for predicting suspended sediment concentrations in near real time from acoustic and/or optical sensor measurements. While we're using well-established USGS techniques, what's unique about our study is the application of these published methods to a low-energy regulated system like the Lake Okeechobee watershed. This system can behave differently from higher energy systems, say up north or out west, where these methods are typically applied. As a result, we're focused on understanding how these established protocols can be fine-tuned to accurately capture the sediment transport dynamics at these key locations around Lake Okeechobee, specifically S77 on the Caloosahatchee River and S308 on the St. Lucie River, which are critical control structures for managing water levels in the lake. Next slide. One of the key benefits of this project is that continuous high-resolution data, meaning measurements on the order of hours or minutes, helps us to better understand sediment transport dynamics, especially those short-lived events that might be missed by traditional periodic sampling. With these insights, managers may be able to identify significant sediment transport events, allowing for targeted interventions. This work also supports broader restoration efforts around Lake Okeechobee, helping to mitigate the transport of nutrient-rich sediment that may fuel harmful algal blooms and smother seagrass beds, ultimately protecting both aquatic ecosystems and public health. To echo everyone else, I too love my job here at the USGS and look forward to taking anybody's questions later on in the session.
Thank you so much, Brad. Thank you for your time. Next up, we have Kendra Markland at the Central Midwest Water Science Center, who will speak on environmental health of the Yellow River. Kendra?
Thanks, Linda. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendra Markland, and I'm a physical scientist for the Central Midwest Water Science Center based out of Iowa City, Iowa, and I've worked for USGS for about 5 years. I'll be showing you guys today about our new partnership project between the USGS and the National Park Service. This project is taking place at the Effigy Mounds National Monument in Northeast Iowa, and that's situated in the driftless area of the upper Mississippi River Valley. The native people of this region were known as the effigy mound builders, and they built mounds of various shapes, and a lot of those resembled animals of the region. The area is sacred to many of these native people, and that includes more than 20 tribes who are affiliated with the park. Next slide, please. The focus of this work is on the culturally significant plants located within the park's boundaries, and these are also located along the Yellow River, which flows directly through the park. So the goal is to provide as much information as we can for the updating of the cultural landscape report, and this can be updated to allow for the collection of some of these plants by tribal members for human use and consumption. And we're also wanting to provide as much info as we can just on the conditions of the Yellow River itself. So for this project, there will be 3 samples a year over the course of 2 growing seasons, and 2 of these samples have been collected to date. As you can see here, we have a really long list of analytes. They include pesticides, pharmaceuticals, microplastics, PFAS, which are per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. We also have mercury, rare earth elements, microbial constituents, antibiotics, hormones, phytoestrogens, mycotoxins. There'll be estrogenicity bioassays run, as well as analysis of trace metals. And these will be done on a variety of media, and that includes surface water, bed sediment, fish tissue, and plant material as well, and with the focus on those important plants. So the photos shown here are some examples of the samples that we've collected, and then also a photo of our sampling crew back during the April sample. Somehow on that day, it snowed, rained, and sleeted all in the matter of one day. So thankfully, we had a lot better weather for the July sample collection. You just never know what the weather's going to do when you're out in the field. Next slide, please. So this project is a huge collaborative effort. We have several integrated science teams involved and many core technology team laboratories doing the analyses. Of course, the National Park Service is heavily involved, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Center for Health Effects of Environmental Contamination, which is based out of the University of Iowa. We'll soon be using some TESNAR funding, which stands for the Technical Training and the Support of Native American Relations, to teach a class on sample collection methods in October to the tribal members from the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, and they'll be assisting with our fall sample collection. So we're excited for that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kendra. Thank you for your time today. So next up, we have Rachel DuBose from the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center, who will give us an introduction to some of the work that's done at the center. Rachel?
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Like Linda said, I am Rachel DuBose of the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center. My pronouns are she and her, and I am a white female with brown hair wearing a black shirt in front of a USGS background. Within the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center, I'm an assistant center director based in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where I manage a team of interdisciplinary scientists, including hydrologists and physical scientists. Next slide, please. So we are a big center. We have a 5-state footprint, including Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And across these 5 states, we have major offices in 11 cities, including places like Nashville, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Oxford, Mississippi, and Tuscaloosa. We have 188 federal employees, 16 contractors, and 12 volunteers currently. And through a twist of administrative fate, we also supervise employees in the Chesapeake Bay region. And so I couldn't focus on just one. We have so much going on across this 5-state footprint that I wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of what all we do. And so collectively, we measure and analyze surface and groundwater quality and quantity, as well as sediment and organisms across our footprint. We work in a really wide variety of habitats, including freshwater streams, rivers, lakes, and reservoirs, as well as aquifers and coastal wetlands, swamps, and offshore marine environments. Internally, we have 3 branches to divide our work. Our networks branch is fabulous, and they are responsible for installing and maintaining and measuring water quantity and quality. And then we also have 2 investigative branches. One focuses on groundwater and one focuses on surface water. And these investigative branches work to answer applied real-world questions such as how much groundwater is withdrawn for irrigation, and how does this impact groundwater levels? So on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see a map of Arkansas with blue dots on it, which represent the density and location of 50,000 groundwater sites, which help us to answer how groundwater levels are changing. We also are able to answer questions like where are streams the most degraded by nutrients and how can it be addressed? Or how can we optimize our surface water monitoring network to capture where the water is going most efficiently? We use a wide variety of methods, including everything from machine learning models, GIS and remote sensing, process-based models, in addition to traditional field-based methods to address a broad diversity of issues and problems. So you can get it all. You can go out in the field, you can stay in front of your computer. We have it all here. And so we focus our efforts to address the needs of our cooperators and work on a host of issues that are important to them and the people that live within our 5-state footprint. Next slide, please. The next slide, click one more time. Thank you. As a center, our annual budget is approximately $38 million. It's a pretty large center as water science centers go. And 35% of that is appropriated, with the remaining using a reimbursable funding model. And so what reimbursable funding model is, we have approximately 200 partner agencies and cooperators who benefit from our work. And these include federal, state agencies, local government, and non-governmental organizations. Click one more slide, please. Thank you. The work is important as it delivers actionable information and data on local, state, and regional scales. For example, on the left, the Floodplain and Channel Evaluation Tool, or FACET tool, is an automated tool to map channels and floodplains using LiDAR elevation data to measure geomorphic metrics such as channel width, bank height, and active flood extent. So locally, water resource managers can use this tool to inform hyper-localized decisions on flood hazard mitigation, stream and floodplain restoration opportunities, and assess impairment. At the state level, we're using satellites to remotely sense cover crops and cover crop residue. We verify the remote sensing data using on-field data points and then analyze the data to assess and map conservation performance. We recently found that growing the cover crop later into the spring, delayed termination, can result in greatly increased biomass due to warmer growing conditions with corresponding increases in nutrient uptake, root development, and soil health benefits. And finally, at a regional scale, we engage in large river water quantity and quality monitoring, which helps us to address multiple real-world issues in the Mississippi River Basin, including flooding, habitat and wetland loss, as well as hypoxia. We routinely engage with partners throughout the basin to deliver the best possible science and inform congressional action to restore and conserve the Mississippi River. And with that, I want to thank you for listening. I hope that you learned a little bit more about our center. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's a large center and you have a lot to cover. So thank you so much for doing that. We now have Scott Eichhardt from the Oklahoma-Texas Water Science Center, who will be joining us from the field, I believe. Scott, are you out there?
That's correct. We're here. Thank you, Linda. My name is Scott Eichhardt. I'm here with Dwight Sparks. I'm a hydrologist. Dwight is a hydrologic technician. We're on the banks of the Trinity River, about to launch a kayak to complete the end point of a 60-mile-long geophysical survey of the river. Next slide, please. So the purpose of our work here is that we do waterborne geophysical studies of surface water and groundwater exchange. So essentially what we do is we launch from either a kayak or a motorboat, or in some cases, as you can see on the right, we build rafts, and we measure profiles of the electric field in these rivers, and we attempt to interpret that data in terms of surface water gain and loss in the river. Next slide, please. So here's just a brief example that Dwight and myself completed on a different river. We were in the Colorado River on Lake Travis around Austin, Texas. And I just wanted to show everyone a little bit of the data that we measure. So in the top middle panel, you see a profile of data that sort of overlaps the map on the right. And you can see where we have a mapped fault line and some other features labeled A, B, C, D, and E. And you can see some pretty clear changes in the data that we measure around those features. So as I said, we try to interpret these features in terms of surface water and groundwater exchange. On the bottom slide, or on the bottom panel of this slide, you can see some mapping data where we've done that as well in a cove of this lake. And you can see a trace of this fault line that we've managed to map in the cove. And the reason we can map that is that there is surface water and groundwater exchange along that fault line. And so with that, I'm going to go say goodbye, and I'm going to launch a kayak, and hope everyone enjoyed this talk, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. It's great that we can actually see you out in the field. Really appreciate your time today, taking the time to talk to us.
My pleasure. See ya.
Excellent. Be safe out there. Okay, and finally, we have Jimmy Clark from the South Atlantic Water Science Center, who will speak on South Carolina stream stats. Jimmy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First, I just wanted to mention, great job from Scott doing a real world science. That's awesome, and to Rachel for giving such a great overview of all the different things that we do. It's hard to pick just one thing to talk about. So my name is Jimmy Clark. I'm the Assistant Director for Hydrologic Studies in South Carolina. We're part of the South Atlantic Water Science Center, which encompasses Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And I'm going to give you a brief overview of South Carolina stream stats and our custom tools. Next slide, please. So what is stream stats? It is a USGS national application, and it's can be useful for, just to name a couple, water resource planning and management, engineering and design, and you can delineate drainage basins with that. You can get basin characteristics, and you can get estimates of flow statistics at ungauged locations on stream networks. So, what makes South Carolina stream stats special? Well, it's our custom tool. So, feeding into the national application of stream stats, each state implements their own data sets for those. And so some of the things that makes ours unique, excuse me, we were one of the first to implement statewide LIDAR for South Carolina, and LIDAR derived stream lines. And as you can see there to the top, in the top left of your screen, the yellow stream lines are National Hydrography data set stream lines, which is kind of the standard. And in the overlapping image, you see the green stream lines, which are the LIDAR derived stream lines. And you can tell that there's a huge difference in terms of accuracy that would come from that. So it also encompasses or includes the Army Corps of Engineers National Dams data set, so you can determine if there's any flow regulation occurring on the basin that you're delineating. Runoff curve numbers, bank full characteristics, hydrographs by region, and floodwide. Floodwide is a standalone application that we implemented under this program with our cooperator, which is the South Carolina Department of Transportation, to determine floodplain characteristics and contraction ratios at user-selected locations. And that gives them a standard to use and to basically require for any contractors and design elements. Next slide, please. So who benefits from that? Well, reservoir operators, municipalities, emergency managers, and departments of transportation, as I mentioned with, in our case, the South Carolina Department of Transportation. They estimated that over the next 10 years, they'll have approximately $20 million worth of savings that, over the next 10 years due to the standardization. So they require all of their design contractors and internal or external to use that. And so that gives them a method to know that those calculations are being done consistently and along with the savings that brings them. So why is it important? Similarly, emergency management, infrastructure and design, natural resources, stream restoration, and again, water resource management. So it's a broad tool, and we're proud of the customizations that have been added. So with that, I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Thank you for your time today. All right. Sure. Thank you to all of our Lightning Talk presenters. I hope you all got something today. You learned something today. You heard something that sparked your interest and encourages you to dig deeper and find out more. We have some amazing science, again, that's happening here in the Southeast region and also across the USGS. So thanks again to our Lightning Talk presenters. Let's see, I don't think we have time for questions immediately, but we will have time for questions at the end of the session. So don't worry, we will capture any of your questions that are in the chat, and we will make those available. If we can't get to those right away, we'll make those available in an FAQ at the end of, after we finish this presentation. So as a reminder, keep the questions coming in. Keep the questions and comments coming into the chat. We really appreciate hearing from you. Let's go ahead and change gears a little bit. We are going to hear about USGS Diversity, Equity, Inclusivity, and Accessibility, or DEIA. Today we have Kirk Rogers, who is the Southeast Region Program Analyst and Hydrologist. He's going to speak about USGS's efforts to improve DEIA and share some of the practices and activities that we've implemented. Kurt?
Thanks, Linda. Good morning, everyone. Kirk Rogers here. I am a program analyst and hydrologist with the Southeast region. I'm an African-American male with a gray V-neck sweatshirt t-shirt on, a USGS pin, and unfortunately, no hair. If we'll go to the next slide, please. The USGS Office of Diversity and Equal Opportunity is divided up into 3 programs. There's the Civil Rights Program, Affirmative Employment Program, and Diversity and Inclusion Programs. The Civil Rights Program encompasses complaints or works with complaint processing, equal employment opportunity reporting and compliance, and alternative dispute resolution. The Affirmative Employment Program works with diversity recruitment and outreach, special emphasis programs, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and disability employment and reasonable accommodations. And the Diversity and Inclusion Program works with strategic planning, diversity recruitment, retention, and employee development and training. Next slide, please. There are many government-wide efforts that support the DEIA initiatives with the USGS, including recent executive orders. Executive Order 13985, entitled Advancing Racial Equity and Support of Underserved Communities through the federal government. Then we have Executive Order 13988, that's preventing and combating discrimination on basis of gender, identity, or sexual orientation. Next, we have Executive Order 14031, advancing equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Then we have 14035, that's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. In addition, we have 14041, that's the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity through Historically Black Colleges and Universities, and 14045, which is the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics. Lastly, we have 2, that's 14008, that's Tackling Climate at Home and Abroad, and 14020, establishment of the White House Gender Policy Council. Next slide, please. The USGS Diversity and Inclusion Council is an agency-wide council that includes representatives from throughout the United States, from throughout the USGS, from Hawaii to Puerto Rico. It establishes proactive mechanisms to promote diversity and inclusion. It supports diversity and inclusion efforts of the USGS executive leadership team, and it develops new initiatives and programs that help facilitate or enhance diversity and inclusion. The USGS Diversity and Inclusion Council provides a venue for employees bureau-wide to offer input and feedback on initiatives. Next slide, please. In the Southeast region, we have both internal and external efforts ongoing. I, along with Linda DeBrewer, are leads of the Southeast Region Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Working Group. It's comprised of 2 members from each of the 8 science centers in the region. And once again, those are the Columbia Environmental Research Center, the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center, the Central Midwest Water Science Center, the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center, the Oklahoma-Texas Water Science Center. Then we have the St. Pete Marine and Coastal Science Center and the Wetland and Aquatic Research Science Center. The efforts throughout our region are in recognition of the actions that support DEIA in the region, where we have a DEIA coin that we will begin hopefully this year to award to those who are leading the efforts on an individual, a group, a center, or regional effort. In addition, we have a couple of projects where we're highlighting staff throughout the region, including the video that you saw at the beginning of the project called What We Do, and also a short form documentary series called Journeys, where we highlight the journey scientists, employees, and staff have made to get to the USGS and beyond. In addition, we're responsible for our workplace culture survey that gauges how employees feel about their work environment in the Southeast region. Next slide, please. The USGS has employee resource groups. And now the employee resource groups are voluntary employee-led groups. Members who are drawn together by common interest and works towards advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility aligned with organizational mission, values, goals, business practices, and objectives. And so we have 8 ERGs, we call them, in the survey. One is, first, it's the Early Career Scientist Network. We have Black USGS Science Staff, or BUS. We have USGS Vets, the National Association of Hispanic Employees, the DOI USGS Pride Employee Resource Group, the Disability Inclusion Network, a Women in Science Dialogue, or WISDOM, and the Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders Employee Resource Group. Next slide, please. We are also present at a number of conferences. I myself am leading the HBCU Week Conference that begins this week in Philadelphia. We'll be at GSA, September 22nd through the 25th. We'll also be at ACES, and I'll be there also in October from the 3rd to the 5th in San Antonio. SACNAS in Phoenix. Several folks on the call will be there. The HACU Annual Conference, that's the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities in Aurora, Colorado, and AGU's annual meeting in Washington, D.C. in December. Next slide, please. If you have any questions or would like any information regarding the DEIA efforts, where you can find our videos or our documentaries, please don't hesitate. Contact me and I'll be happy to lead you to those. And thanks for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And back to you, Linda.
Great. Thank you so much, Kurt. Thank you for highlighting the importance of DEIA at the USGS and some of the projects that we're working on and some of our employee resource groups. Sorry. As a reminder to everyone, please keep adding your questions and your comments to the chat. We will get back to them if we can't get to them right away. We really look forward to hearing from you. We would like to, again, have this as interactive as possible in the virtual environment. We are a little bit ahead of time. I think we are ready to go to Alicia. And then if we have more time, we can just go through all of our questions. So some of the most frequently asked questions we receive are, how do I apply for a job at USGS? What jobs are available at USGS? And most importantly, how do I find out where the jobs are in the first place? Where do I go to find the jobs? So we're lucky to have someone who can answer those questions for us and more. I'd like to welcome Alicia Gomez, who is on the policy and special projects team of the USGS Office of Human Resources. Alicia will tell us about federal job application process today, including how to navigate USA jobs, tips for building a federal resume, and the types of internships we have available at USGS. Take it away, Alicia.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. I'm a human resources specialist with the USGS, and just wanted to share a little bit of information about myself. I started in an internship program with the federal government and have worked my way, developed a career in the federal government. It's been very rewarding. I do want to say USGS, I've worked for USGS for 21 years. And the one thing I love about USGS is I love the people. I love the passion, as you heard in the lightning talks. That passion is seen every day. I'm reading through some of the chats, and yes, there is a place for you at USGS. All of the individuals who have submitted comments about, I have a bachelor's, I have a master's, I'm interested in communications, all of those PhDs, we hire at all levels. So I'm going to share some information about applying for federal jobs and then provide a quick overview of some of the hiring avenues that are available. We're also going to go over some tips and tricks on navigating USA jobs, understanding that application process, and then also provide a quick demo of how do you search for and how do you read through a job announcement and understand what are the requirements. Next slide, please. So there's many different ways that you can work with or for the federal government. USGS, as you've heard in earlier presentations, we often work with third-party organizations. We may have some formal agreements with other partners. We also work through contracts, often bring in student contractors to come and work for the USGS. And we also bring in volunteers. Today, I'm going to share information about the federal employment process. So this is how do you apply for a federal position. USA Jobs is the federal government's website where we list all federal job opportunities. It's the government's one-stop shop where you can find federal jobs and also employment information. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, federal jobs are posted on USA Jobs. This is where you would find information about federal jobs. Most federal jobs are posted here. There are some various steps that go into searching, finding jobs on USA Jobs. You first have to create a profile and establish your account. And this will tell us what jobs you're eligible for and what specific hiring path you would be eligible for. We'll talk a little bit about that. I know there were some questions about remote work, things like that. So once you're signed in, establish your account, the system can look for jobs that match your specific profile when you're creating that profile. Another important thing is that jobs are open for a specific period of time. So most jobs are open for 5 to 10 days, typically. There may be some that are open for longer periods of time. And some jobs also have an application limit, which what that means is that the vacancy announcement may say it is open between this date and this date, but it may have an application limit of, let's say, 75. And what that means is that once that application limit is reached, that vacancy announcement will close and you will not be able to apply. If you see a job that you're interested in and there is an application limit, we would urge you to apply as soon as possible. Having your profile established helps so that when you have a job open that you're interested in, you can quickly apply and submit the required documents. When you're applying for a job, it's really important that you read the entire vacancy, and we're going to go through that. A vacancy announcement is separated into various different sections. There's the duties that describe what the work is, eligibility and qualifications. And those are two different things, being eligible to apply and then being qualified for the job. So we'll go over that. And then how you'll be evaluated talks about once you submit your application, what will be the evaluation process. I'll share some information about that. Required documents. This is information that's really important, especially for all of the individuals who have shared in their comments that they've recently graduated. It's important that you're providing up-to-date information when you're applying for a vacancy. When you set up a profile, you're also able to upload those required documents ahead of time. So that saves you time. So when you find a job that you're interested in, you can just upload that information. And then finally, there's your resume. Your resume is your application. It's the federal government's application. And you want to tailor your resume for the position that you're applying for. Rather than sending out that same resume for every job, you really want to emphasize that you have the skills and abilities and that you demonstrate in your resume that you have the experience related to the job that you're seeking or that you're applying for. Next slide. So within the federal government, there's many different appointment types. And you'll see this when we go through the job announcements on USA Jobs. Is understanding this information is really important so that you know what type of position you're applying for. In most cases, in order for you to move from one appointment to another appointment, so for example, if you wanted to move from a term appointment to a permanent appointment, competitive procedures must be followed. And so what that means is that if you were in a term position and wanted to move to a permanent position, you would need to apply for a vacant position and go through that application and review process in order to be considered for potential permanent positions. Federal agencies determine what positions are needed and what appointment types based on the needs of the agency. So those are decisions that are made by the hiring managers to determine what are the needs and if it's long-term or short-term. This is just meant to categorize some of those different appointment types. Obviously, permanent appointments are long-term positions that typically have no end date and may offer career advancement. Temporary appointments are those short-term positions lasting up to 1 year. These are ideal for gaining experience and great opportunities for you to gain that experience that may be needed. Term appointments, these are fixed term appointments that are usually between 1 and 4 years. And there's also the accepted service appointment. These positions are filled outside of that standard competitive process, and they're often due to a specific need or qualification. So we're going to talk a little bit about later in the presentation about the Pathways program, which is the federal government's internship program. These are under the accepted service appointment, and they offer work experience, mentoring, and a pathway to federal government employment. And then there's also special appointing authorities. So these are established by law or executive order and established to meet specific needs to facilitate hiring for particular groups. Some examples of these include veterans, disabled veterans, certain military families, and people with disabilities. And these opportunities can allow for non-competitive hiring process and really aim to increase employment opportunities for these categories. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the federal government has hiring paths that can help hire individuals that represent our diverse society. Using these hiring paths tells us as applicants what agencies are looking for when they're hiring. So utilizing these hiring paths helps you determine whether you're a current federal employee, a veteran, a recent graduate, or a student. You can go to these hiring paths and specifically search for opportunities that are open for these under these specific paths. For jobs that are open to the general public, I saw that there were some questions about U.S. citizen, if U.S. citizenship is required. U.S. citizen, you must be a U.S. citizen to apply in most cases. There are some exceptions, and we'll include some information on the chat about non-citizens that you can reference. Next slide, please. So the Pathways program is the federal government's internship and recent graduate program. These appointments are under the accepted service, as I had shared earlier, and they provide opportunities for you to be able to explore career opportunities working for a federal agency while getting paid. And these programs have the flexibility to allow students to work while attending school, that is under the internship program, but also provide opportunities to build and develop skills, training, and mentoring. The recent graduate program is a program that's open to recent graduates, and I saw that there were a lot of students or individuals who had said, I recently graduated. The recent graduate is a great program. It's for students who have graduated from a qualifying educational institute within the previous 2 years. This is open to community college, undergrad, graduate, PhD level. It's open to all levels. The internship program is also open to students at all levels and anywhere from high school to college. The internship program, you have to be a current student in order to apply in a degree-seeking program. The PMF program, it's Presidential Management Fellow, is for advanced degree candidates. And I saw a couple of you who shared information on having an advanced degree. I would encourage you to look at USA Jobs and just type in the keyword PMF. OPM manages that program, and they're currently accepting applications for eligible candidates to apply on USA Jobs. That job announcement closes on the 18th of September. When you apply, it's a very competitive process, but you can potentially become a fellow upon completion of the application process. And then once you become a fellow, federal agencies like USGS can recruit and hire through this program. Very prestigious program for you to apply for. It is something that it's very competitive, but I would encourage you to look at that if that's something that you're interested in. Next slide, please. So as I had mentioned, there's many different ways to work with or for the federal government. Here is a link to our website, and I saw that this was already posted in the chats, but great information here about additional internship, recent graduate, and fellowship opportunities that are not part of the Pathways program. Great place to look to see where these job opportunities are posted, but also many of our USGS offices have close ties with universities and different partners and have ongoing student projects. I would recommend that you reach out to the individual science centers that may be near you or that you're interested in potentially finding out about future employment opportunities, making that connection for potential job opportunities. Next slide. So earlier I had shared some information about various types of appointments and special appointing authorities. I'm not going to go into detail with these, but I wanted to share that there are these different hiring authorities, and individuals who meet these eligibility requirements under these authorities, they should review the hiring paths page on USA Jobs for additional information about how that authority works and what required documents you need to submit in order to be considered. So why would you consider applying through these special appointing authorities? It's just a way for you to increase your chances of being considered for federal employment. The federal government, the application process is very competitive. Utilizing some of these special hiring paths allow you to be able to maybe give you another chance to be considered under these hiring authorities. Next slide, please. So now we want to talk a little bit about the understanding the series and grade when you're looking at a USA Jobs announcement. So the series is referred to as occupational series. It categorizes the nature and the scope of the job. So for example, some jobs that are within the 1300 occupational group fall under a broader category of physical sciences group. So specifically, if we're looking at a 1350 job series, that is the title for a geologist. The grade determines the pay scale for a position. So the GS pay scale is a system that the government uses to determine how salaries are going to be set. The GS grades are determined based on the job complexity, the responsibilities, and the required qualifications. So the grade range is GS1 to GS15. The higher the grade level, the higher the pay, the higher the job responsibilities and expectations. So why is this important? When you're looking for jobs, understanding that the GS level is really important because it directly correlates to the qualification requirements of the position that you're applying. So as the GS level gets higher, the job responsibilities and expectations are more complex and more specialized experience. I'll show you this in the next slide. So here you see determining what the appropriate grade levels are. I saw in the chat there were some questions about what positions are available for someone who is recently graduated. Typically, for the GS levels, USGS hires internships typically at the GS4 level. That's typical. We're recruiting and attracting undergrad students who are working or associate level students who are working on their degrees. These are internship level. They're typically entry level. At the GS5 or the GS7, this is probably where most of our recent graduates are. Most of them are qualified based on education. So at the GS5 level, you would be have recently graduated from undergraduate. At the GS9 through the GS12 level, these are more mid-level positions. And you'll see the GS13 through 15, they're top level, usually are supervisory level positions. Next slide. And here is another slide that represents the qualifications based on education. This is a general overview. I would always say review the vacancy announcement, but this provides just a general overview of qualifications based on education. For some of the occupational series positions like a geologist, in addition to the list that is above, there's also going to be specific coursework or degrees that may be required, and applicants may also need additional experience to qualify. So for example, if you have recently completed a master's degree, I saw that there was some comments about completing a master's degree. Based on education, you would qualify for a GS9, or you could apply for a GS7 position as well. If you had a bachelor's degree, you can qualify for a GS5. So this gives you a general overview. Next slide, please. So your resume is your application, and it really needs to showcase your qualifications and your skills, experience, training, and education. Your federal resume has to include very detailed information with your experience, but also include very specific start and end dates, including both month and year, and the number of hours you've worked. In this example, when your application is being reviewed, we can determine that you have a certain amount of experience and that we prorate it based on your number of hours worked. Without providing these kind of details, Human Resources, who is reviewing your application, we can't verify or credit your experience. So failing to include both the month and year means that we can't consider that experience when evaluating your qualifications. And that's one of the very important steps to understand in building your federal resume. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, that one. So here's information about your federal resume, right? Your federal resume is your application, and it needs to have more details than your one would have for a private sector. As I mentioned in the previous slide, your resume is your application and is what is used to determine that you meet the qualification requirements listed in the job. We would encourage you to use the resume builder in USA Jobs when you're building your resume to ensure that you have it formatted correctly and also include all of the necessary information. You should also tailor your resume to the specific job announcement to be able to clearly showcase that you have the required background and the skills and meet the qualifications listed in the announcement. After you apply for a job, the hiring agency uses your the information in your resume and any supporting documentation to verify that you meet the qualifications and eligibility requirements stated in the job announcement. So this is a question we get often about cover letters. Cover letters are great to make an impression to the hiring manager, to highlight any of your qualifications, but it's important to note that the cover letter is not used to determine if you meet the qualification requirements. So any information that you put in your cover letter, you want to make sure that's also included in your resume as well. So now we're going to move on to navigating USA jobs. I am going to share my screen. Okay, so just sharing some information. This is, we share this information in the chat, but this is the USGS branded page for USA jobs. So you will see here that there are 41 current jobs open. And here you'll see that there are filters here available where you can filter. Question came in about remote jobs. There's currently only one remote job open for USGS. So you can find information about remote jobs by doing this filter search. Here's information about the hiring paths. So if you're interested in specific hiring paths, here's information about the different hiring paths. And then I wanted to show you next steps is how do you search and apply for a job. So here's USA Jobs, just going to take you through a couple of steps. Here's the help button. This has great information. You can type in any questions that you have about the application process and it'll give you some information here. Here's where you create your profile. You can save, after you create your profile, you can save your search and receive notification of opportunities when they become available. You're able to upload your resume and your documents, and also you can make your resume searchable. So when you make your resume searchable, it allows federal agencies to search your resume and invite you to apply for potential job opportunities that are opening. Here's information about the different hiring paths. So if we click here, you learn about what those different hiring paths are. And I shared that information earlier in the slides, but you'll see that there's all these different hiring paths that you can select. And I know we had a couple of students or recent graduates who were in the chat. I want to show you, if you go to students and recent graduates, it will provide you information about different information about the students and recent graduates, the application process. I don't know why this is taking a long time, but it provides you information about the programs and then also takes you directly to filter so you can search and find open opportunities that are open to either recent graduates or students. There you go. So gives you information about the different programs that you can learn about, different hiring authorities that are available, but then it also allows you to begin your search. So you can search for internship opportunities. So you'll see here, there's 135 current internship opportunities open in the federal government. If you wanted to specifically look for USGS, you can type in keywords, you can type in physical science, GIS, remote sensing, you can type in these different terms. You'll see here that I did this search and said I'm looking for internships that are open for USGS. Right now, it does not look like USGS has any open internship opportunities. We do fill internship opportunities year round. So I would always encourage you to search for search on USA Jobs. Here's another thing. Let's say that you are looking specifically for a USGS internship in Denver, Colorado. You can type in the city location, you can type in Colorado, and it narrows your search. There's no jobs available, but do you see this save this search button here? Under the save this search, once you've created your profile, you can save up to 10 searches and they'll notify you, USA Jobs, you'll get an email when these job opportunities are open. You can sign up to receive notifications every day, every week, modify that search and search as much as you'd like. But this is a great way for you to not have to go into USA Jobs and search every time you're looking for a job. So this is a great tool for you to use if you're looking for an internship opportunity or any type of opportunity. You can search this way. Now I want to go through the search. Let's go back. I'm going to go back here to USA Jobs. And if you're looking specifically for, let's say you're looking for a physical scientist position. So within the federal government, there's 418 jobs that have physical science. Let's say I want to search for USGS. There's 9 jobs that are open for USGS. And you can go through these filters to see if there's any jobs that you're interested in, any specific criteria that you're looking for, and go through the different hiring paths here to identify those opportunities you're interested in. You could also, we talked a little bit about GS and series. You could also search by GS level, by salary. So if you are, let's say you are a master's student who has recently graduated with a master's degree, you can search for specifically for a GS9 and find those opportunities. Save your search, receive notification of those opportunities, a future, and then go through that vacancy announcement. So I picked a job opportunity that I'm interested in. This is a physical scientist position that is open. The summary, you're going to see that this summary will provide information about the position. So in the overview section, the open and close date, this closes on the 27th, information about the salary, the GS level and grade, where the positions will be located. So this position is located in San Angelo, Texas. So here's the thing, when you're applying for a job, understanding where the duty location is what you're saying is, I agree that if I get selected, I will work in San Angelo, Texas in the USGS office. Federal agencies have to be transparent in the application process. You can't apply for a job and then later negotiate to say, oh, I really don't want to be in San Angelo. I really want to be in Denver. So can you just move my job? Not the way it works. So when you're applying, you need to make sure that you're aware that this is the duty location. The only flexibility that provides is if there's language in the job announcement that says this is remote or location will be determined at time of selection. That means that there may be some opportunities for negotiating the duty location, but otherwise, if the duty location says this, that's the duty location. Gives you information about whether the position is remote, if it's telework eligible, travel requirements, the appointment type. And so we talked a little bit about this, this is a permanent appointment, full-time, and has promotion potential for the GS11. Information about the job series, just general information about the job. Now we go into the details of what am I going to do in this position? So you would review the job duties, and I should share up here. This is where it has information about the different sections, right? So there's these different sections that break down information about the announcement. So you want to make sure that you review each of these fields to understand the job. So here, this job is open to U.S. citizens. So this is open to the public. So if you're a recent graduate who has recently graduated and a U.S. citizen, you can apply for this opportunity. If you are a current U.S. citizen, you could apply for the opportunity. Breaks down the duties. And then if you go down further, it talks about the requirements of the position, the qualification requirements. And this is really important that you review this to determine, do I meet the qualifications? Am I qualified to be able to do the work? You'll see here that the position has basic education requirement. That means that you have to have completed a 4-year course, so a bachelor's degree, and you must include 24 hours in this equivalent type of coursework. If your transcripts do not show that you've completed your degree, that you've completed a degree, you won't be considered if you're applying based on this. You need to pay attention and make sure that your transcripts, you can show that you have 24 hours in this type of coursework. You could also qualify based on a combination of education and experience. You'll see that you still have to have 24 hours in physical science or related engineering science and appropriate experience. So where you're trying to define that you have the appropriate experience, you need to be able to define that within your resume. It needs to be outlined in your resume that you have that experience. This position is advertised at both the GS7 or GS9 level, which means that the hiring manager can either make a selection at the GS7 or the GS9. I would encourage that if you qualify for the GS9, that you also submit application to be considered for both the 7 and the 9, because it gives you a better chance of being considered for a position. So you'll see here at the GS7 and at the GS9, there's additional requirements for you to qualify for the position. You have to either have 1 year of completed graduate level education. You can qualify based on superior academic achievement. And what superior academic achievement is you can click here to find more information, is that you have a bachelor's degree and have different factors related to your bachelor's degree. So an example is you have a 3.5 grade point average out of a 4.0. That's one of the requirements. And you'll see, or you can also qualify based on 1 year of professional experience. And here is an example of experience that you would have. And so when you're looking at your resume, you want to make sure that your resume is tailored, that you have in fact, if you have in fact performed this work, is that you're identifying that this is what I did, and provide as much detail as possible so that human resources and the hiring manager can see that you have the qualification requirements. If we go further down to the GS9, you'll see that at the GS9 level, it says, in addition to those requirements listed above, you can also qualify with a master's degree or with appropriate experience. Again, examples of what that appropriate experience is going to look like. And so human resources is going to look at, do you meet the qualifications for the 7, and do you meet the qualifications for the 9, and make 2 separate determinations. And then additional information is how you'll be evaluated. So this is really important for you to understand if there's any additional evaluation that's going to be conducted. In this particular example, your application is going to be evaluated based on your occupational questionnaires that you answered. So there's going to be an applicant questionnaire. And then it also talks about an additional assessment that's going to be required. In this particular case, a subject matter expert is going to perform a structured resume review. And what they will do is review your resume against specific knowledge, skills, and abilities that are directly related to the position. After those reviews, that's where your application, if you pass through those processes, your application will be referred to the hiring manager. And then we go through the required documents. So this is a common mistake that a lot of applicants make, is they don't submit the required documents. In addition to your resume, if you are applying based and the job requires education, or you're applying and you qualify based on education, you need to make sure that you provide your transcripts and all your supporting documentation. The other thing I wanted to share with you is that there's information on how to apply, additional information on how to apply, and there's also an agency contact. So this is the human resources point of contact who's working this vacancy announcement. If you have questions at any time during the application process, please reach out to the person, find out, did you receive my application? If you have questions about the status of the job, you can contact this office and ask what's the status of your application. There's a big misconception that when you apply for a job, it goes into a black hole. Here's your point of contact. Feel free to reach out to them, contact them, and ask any questions that you have. So now I'm going to go to the top, and I'm going to go ahead and apply for this job. So you'll see I already have my profile set up. It has information about the open date and the close date. So I have 15 days to complete my application. If there was an application limit, it would advise you here of the application limit. This is the beginning stages. So there's two components. There's the USA job components, and then you continue your application through USGS, what we refer to as USA staffing. So you'll see here, there is, from the vacancy announcement, what are the required documents? I've already uploaded my resumes. So I am going to select this resume. I've already reviewed it, made changes to it. I'm going to add this resume, or include this resume. And then the next step is I have to add my documents. So this is where it would be helpful if you've already included your supporting documents. So if you have graduate transcripts, you could include that information in there. I'm going to select my documents, select continue. And so here I have to review my package. It's basically saying, are you sure this is your resume and these are your documents you want to upload? I'm going to say yes. I know those are my documents. This questionnaire is going to ask about demographic details. This helps to improve that hiring process. For this exercise, I turned it off, but this is helpful to identify important information of who we are reaching and who are we doing outreach to apply for our positions. How did you hear about this vacancy? It's events like this that we really want you to be able to share. So if you learned about this opportunity in a recruitment event such as this, an outreach event, please share it and type in, I learned about it at the Southeast Region Career event. This is information that is available at the OPM level, at the department level, and at USGS level to see if these kind of events have helped in our networking and recruitment. And then you'll see here that the last step, so we've gone through each of these steps, it says continue your application with the agency. And it says you're leaving USA jobs and will be sent to USGS. A common mistake is you feel like I've applied, I've done my job, right? No. This continue to the agency site. What will happen is now you're going into the USGS site, and you'll see here's your application process. So a common mistake people make is they think, okay, I'm done because it says right here, you're done. Nope, you're not done. You have to finish the application process, and it's going to ask you to submit and certify that you're including the same documents. Another opportunity for you you to look at, are these the documents that I'm submitting? So that would walk you through the process. And once your application progress goes to completed, that's when you've completed your application. You'll see here your application is incomplete. And so that is all about demoing USA Jobs. So I have a couple more slides. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. You've completed your application, you've applied, you found a job that you're interested in. Now what happens? So all job postings, as I mentioned, have an open and close date. And the closing date, once the closing date passes, Human Resources will review your application and determine whether or not you meet the qualification requirements that were outlined in the vacancy announcement. The amount of time it takes for your application to be reviewed, for jobs to be reviewed, really depends on the job that you're applying for, how many positions, how many people have applied, and also the current workload. Once a vacancy announcement closes and Human Resources determines those minimum quals, we then work with the hiring manager and issue the list of those qualified candidates. So the first stage is Human Resources has to review your application. This can take anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks to complete. Once the certificate, once the list of qualified candidates is issued to the hiring manager, then the hiring manager reviews those applications and makes those determinations on who they're going to interview and who they're not going to interview based on that. Again, it's based on the number of applications. The supervisor may interview everyone that was referred or may only go through and only interview their first top 5 candidates. Once the supervisor makes their selection, the Human Resources goes back and makes a tentative job offer. The tentative offer does not mean that you quit your job and that you're going to start tomorrow. It can take a few weeks before you can start once you've received a tentative offer. There's a pre-employment process that can take anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks to complete. And there's multiple parties involved in that selection process for the selectee, the hiring manager, and security and Human Resources. So each has an important role, and it's important that if you're selected for a job that you stay in contact with your supervisor and with the HR office so that you ensure that nothing's pending on your side. The government, to get hired into the federal government can take some time. It can take, 3 to 4 months before you can hear back. And so don't get discouraged in the hiring process. It's really important that you understand what that hiring process is. The point of contact listed on the vacancy is a great way for you to find out about the status. And I always recommend that applicants follow up 3 to 4 weeks after they've applied to see what the status is. They can check with the point of contact, and then just keep checking in if you're interested and want to know what the status is. Agencies are required to notify applicants during that application process in USA Jobs. So your status, if you sign into your profile, will show you whether you've been referred or not been referred, or you haven't been selected. And also notices are sent to applicants. Next slide. So this was shared earlier, but I wanted to emphasize it's the power of network. These opportunities, such as today, are great, and don't be afraid to network with the people. Reach out, ask about potential opportunities. USGS participates in many local and national conferences. So if you're attending any of these conferences, please stop by our booth and say hi and let us know that you attended this booth or this event. We are really looking forward to a continued partnership with you, and hope that you will be interested in applying for our jobs and potentially be a future USGS employee. So next slide. Here's some additional resources that we're sharing. Specifically, we've gone over a lot of this information in the slides, and I know we're going to share the slides so you'll have access to them. My DOI career is a career tool that you can use. You take a short quiz, you can explore different careers and find more resources about how to navigate your career at Department of Interior. Also, OPM recently created these cool YouTube videos that help you navigate through that application process. Similar to what we went over, these are short 5-10 minute videos that walk you through how do I know if I'm eligible and qualified, information about student and recent graduates, and just navigating the application process. So check out those videos. It's a great resource. Here's my contact information. Also, if you have any questions about the Pathways program, you could either email me or email pathways@usgs.gov.
Wow, Alicia, thank you so much. You have given us a lot of information. We really appreciate the overview and the demo. So many questions have come in. We know that navigating the application process for federal jobs and internships can be a bit intimidating. So hopefully the information you heard today will help you to understand the process a little bit better and give you a little bit of a heads up or an advantage with some of the resources we've provided. I do want to emphasize that all of the questions that are unanswered, don't worry about it. We will make copies of all of these. We will create an FAQ or frequently asked questions document and make that available to all the participants. There are quite a few questions and some of which we were able to answer right away. So now let's take a moment and see if we can get some more of those questions answered. Sometimes it's helpful to hear it verbally. Dorothy or Caitlin, they've been watching very closely the chat. Do we have any questions for Alicia or for the whole event today, this morning? I know that's a crazy question, but
there are a lot of questions and it's hard to keep up with them. And I think maybe I will just start off. Some of them were answered, but maybe if people aren't following the chat, you could answer some of the questions that came up. And I know you addressed them, Alicia. But these are the questions that I think we have a lot of them. And maybe for people that weren't following the chat, you can kind of reiterate. One of the questions that came up a lot is when you're submitting your resume, should you use the resume builder or should you attach a resume that you create yourself? That's something that's come up a lot.
That's a great question. Some federal agencies, so you will want to look at the specific job announcement, require you to use a specific format such as resume builder. So read through the announcement, first of all, to make sure you're submitting the correct format. At USGS, we don't have a required format, but we do recommend you use the resume builder, at least to build your first resume, federal resume, to help you ensure that you have the right format and that you're including all of the information that is required in a federal resume. From what I understand, it's very hard to navigate if you are trying to copy and paste. So read through the instructions on building a resume on USA Jobs, but that's what we would recommend.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for not introducing myself. I'm Dorothy Cifuentes, the director of the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center. My pronouns are she and her, and I am a white woman with graying hair, and I'm wearing a blue shirt. So I wanted, if I may add a little bit onto that, Alicia, because I am a hiring manager, and they're the two phases when your application is going through the process. The first phase is to go through HR, and that resume that you build with Resume Builder is really important for that phase. It's also important for the next phase. Once your resume gets to a hiring manager, the hiring manager may like to see an additional shorter resume that really highlights your skills and background. So it's an option, but sometimes the hiring managers like to have that. Another group of questions that came up a lot, and there were several answers to them, were about opportunities for non-citizens. And I know you addressed some of those, but there were questions about applying for internships as a non-citizen, as well as any other types of positions that might be available for non-citizens or people with different types of citizenship status.
Sure, yes. So most federal positions do require that you be a U.S. citizen. For example, the Pathways program does require that you are a U.S. citizen. There is flexibility that we can hire a non-citizen. We would have to follow the rules and regulations for hiring a non-citizen, and we would have to prove that there is no qualified U.S. citizen to do that position. And so when we're looking at our internship programs, like such as Pathways, where it's very competitive, it's going to be difficult for us to be able to prove that there are no qualified citizens. There are other programs that are available, such as the postdoc program, and we'll share some information if we haven't already. The USGS has a Mendenhall program, which is for postdoc students or graduates. Through that program, because we're hiring under a very specific field, there may be opportunities where we can accept non-citizens, but again, in order to hire a non-citizen, we would be able to need to be able to show that there were no qualified citizens that could do this work. Also, I had shared earlier that there are other ways to work with the federal government. So either through a third party, through our contracts, those are opportunities where you could be a non-citizen and still work with the federal government or with USGS. There are some opportunities.
Thank you for that clarification. Those are important points. Those were the categories of questions that I felt there were a lot of. I will go through now and try to identify the specific questions that have not been answered in the chat yet. And I apologize if I miss some or if I capture some questions that actually were answered. So one question is, could a graduate student that is almost finished apply to the Presidential Management Fellowship Program?
That's a great question. And so go through the job announcement. The PMF program is open to current graduate students who intend to graduate in this upcoming, I believe it's August of 2025. So if you are a student a graduate student who intends to graduate by August of 2025, then you would be able to apply as well. You don't have to have graduated. And that's an excellent question for a recent graduate program as well. So recent graduate opportunities may have the flexibility, and this is a decision that is made by the hiring office. They may be able to accept applications from students who are going to be recently graduated. That information is going to be posted in the vacancy announcement for that transparency and equal opportunity for everyone. If a job posting, so for example, I see these a lot like in April or May, federal offices are posting a recent graduate and they're trying to recruit and attract these students who are going to be graduating here in May or June and may not have transcripts to show their degree was conferred. In those cases, that job announcement will say this job is open to current students who intend to graduate by this specific date or have recently graduated within the last 2 years. So you need to pay attention to that job announcement. Also on the other side, if you are applying for a recent graduate and it opens today, and you're graduating in December and there's no language that says this job is open to students who will be graduating, you will be disqualified. So that might not be the job that you want to apply for, but wait and see if there's other potential opportunities, because you've, as Dorothy mentioned, you have to go through human resources first before you get to the hiring manager. So those would be an example of you wouldn't be referred to the next level.
Thank you. Here's a very specific question. Is an internship with USGS through Oak Ridge Institute of Science and Education considered accepted service?
That's a great question. Those internships are through they're not through an accepted service. You're not a federal employee. They are through our external partners. So Oak Ridge is an external partner. And so you're not considered a federal employee. You're considered an employee of Oak Ridge, and you're working with USGS. I would not discourage you from applying for those opportunities because you are getting that experience working in a USGS office, right? So keep looking for jobs on USA Jobs and apply for those opportunities and highlight your experience working through this third external partner. Highlight that experience and how you worked with USGS and what you did. That's a great question.
Thank you. Another question, I'm going to add my own interpretation to this question. The question is it possible to apply skills from one series to another? I think maybe if you've applied for one job series or you've had a position previously in one job series, can you use those skills earned or learned during working in one series to apply to a position in a different series?
Yes. So the job series is what the reason why we went through the job series is so that you can identify what job series you're applying for and what are those requirements. If you are in a geologist series and you're applying for, let's say, a physical scientist, you can use your geology experience and to apply for a geologist. You could use your physical science experience to apply for another occupational series. What you have to demonstrate is that experience that you did as a geologist is qualifying for a physical scientist. So, but you can use different series. It doesn't lock you into a specific series. You have to meet those qualification requirements of the position that you're applying for.
Thank you. Another question that I'm not sure I saw answered in the chat is, are recent graduate opportunities considered term or permanent appointments?
Good question. So pathway opportunities, both internships and recent graduates are in the accepted service. And through these programs, there is eligibility to be able to convert to a permanent position. So it's not a temp or term, it's an accepted service appointment that may have the ability to be able to convert you, move you into a permanent or term position. That is a management decision if there's a position available and they can convert you to a permanent position or a term position, that would be a decision that the hiring office makes. The intention of the Pathways Internship and Recent Graduate Program is that we're developing future federal employees. So that's the intention, that we bring in staff early on in their careers and develop them, give them skills and abilities and mentoring and training to prepare them for a potential federal position. It may be with the USGS where that federal position is, or it may be giving them experience to be able to either apply or be moved into another position elsewhere.
Thank you. This question is another specific question. Is AmeriCorps its own hiring pathway, or does it apply as eligibility for other government jobs?
So AmeriCorps falls under one of the special appointing authorities. And so if you are wanting to receive consideration under the AmeriCorps authority, what it does is it allows you to apply to open vacancies that would otherwise not be open to other candidates. So you would be able to apply, and you would need to provide supporting documentation to show that you meet the eligibility requirements for AmeriCorps.
Thank you. Another question I'm not sure was answered in the chat. If you are a PhD graduate, can you still apply for recent graduate positions, or is it only for bachelor's, master's, or pre-bachelor's?
So the recent graduate program is open to all levels, including the PhD program. So you can apply for recent graduate opportunities as a PhD student, or as a graduate PhD student.
Okay, another question is, should applicants include references in their resume, or is it okay to wait to provide them when and if asked?
Dorothy, I'm going to have you answer that question. What do you think from a hiring manager's perspective?
I think it's fine to include them if you want to include them on your resume, either your own resume or the resume builder created resume. In Resume Builder, I believe there's a question which asks if you want a reference to be contacted or a previous employer to be contacted. So along those same lines, if you want to have someone contacted, I would go ahead and put them in to your resume.
Mm-hmm. And I would say another good place to bring that with you and be ready to share is at time of interview. If you did not include it in your resume, make sure you bring that with you or have it ready to provide at time of interview, because that would be the next steps of the interview, is contacting your references if they're moving forward in the process.
The next question, I'll just read it. For someone coming from a career change and having their prior experience in healthcare, are there any certifications or educational opportunities to increase their chances of working with the USGS?
Repeat that question again.
Are there any certifications or educational opportunities, or probably recommendations, to increase their chances of working with the USGS coming over from healthcare?
So I would say that, first of all, not every job requires that you have a degree. So not every job has requirements that you have a specific degree or educational background. There are some jobs that do not require a degree, that you can come in based on experience alone. And I think that it's important that in your resume that you highlight those experience to relate to a position. So I'll give you an example. Is we were working with some veteran organizations, and a office was recruiting for a facilities manager. And so one of the questions to the veteran that the supervisor asked is, you know, do you have any experience in facilities? Like, you know, this office was getting ready to move, you know, office of 60 employees from one location to another location. And this job was going to be as a facilities specialist to move these individuals. And this veteran was said, well, you know, I've moved like battalions. So it's correlating the work that you did as in your previous experience, and correlating and making that connection to the job that you're applying for. So in healthcare, you know, there's a lot of connections with, you know, record keeping and, you know, customer service. So just trying to highlight those skill sets and towards a specific position, I would recommend you do that.
Thank you. There's a really good question here about the self-assessment part of applications.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, should we answer those questions about our skills comparable to the general public? So for example, if I have experience processing samples on a specific machine and was able to troubleshoot that machine without supervision, would I mark myself as an expert on this machine compared to the general public who may not even know that the machine exists?
That's a great question. The self-assessments questionnaires are a little difficult to answer. So this is what I would say. I would say take a look at the job that you're applying for. You know, we talked about the grade levels. Obviously, if you're applying for a GS 15, GS 12, you're answering it at the level of difficulty that is required at the GS 12 level, right? If you're applying for a GS 5, you're answering it at the level and difficulty of that level. So the level of responsibilities that are outlined in the job announcement, that is a great example of, yes, if you have utilized this machine without supervision, you are an expert at that level. We find that a lot of candidates, actually, there are some candidates who underrate themselves. And so here's a great example of working independently is if you are working in your class and you're helping others, you're helping others to complete certain projects, right? Or you're leading a team in your class, that is, you're operating independently. What we want to make sure that you don't overinflate your scores, but that you accurately answer those questions based on the experience that you have. I always say, have one of your peers, a mentor, someone look at your application, at those responses. And that is always helpful to say, no, remember you did this presentation, or you have done this, to help you go through those self-assessment questionnaires, because I think that a lot of applicants, they don't rate themselves high enough, and that impacts their application. So I hope I answered that correctly.
Yes, and I would just add, as a hiring manager, sometimes, you know, there's always the first process, getting through your application through the first qualifications. But then once it does get through, it's going to come to a hiring manager. And through our evaluation with a subject matter expert, for example, or through interviews, we will be able to assess that.
Mhm.
So I've been asked to talk about internships for students through the YES office. So for example, cooperative summer fellowships in geology, ecology, and GIS. And I think there will be a link that will be provided.
Yes, the Youth in Educations and Science program is, if you go to the internship page that we shared earlier, and if somebody doesn't mind adding that, there are internships that are available through our Youth and Education office. And there's a link with information about those, the Cooperative Summer Fellowship Program and the STEM Educational Partnership Program. Both of those programs are through nomination, but go through that information, and there's a contact if you have any additional questions about that program. Those appointments under these programs are under the accepted service appointment as well.
Thank you. And the link was posted at the bottom of the chat. So for people who are looking at the chat, you can go to that link directly. There have been also a number of questions about the evaluation of coursework versus work experience. And one of the questions is how are those weighed in the evaluation process? And I think the intention of these questions is how are they weighed in the evaluation process for the evaluation of the basic requirements before the applicant's materials are sent on to the hiring manager?
Okay, I'll try to answer those. I did see a couple of those chats. So in the job announcement, there will be specific language that states whether there's a positive education requirement or there is a education requirement. You have to meet specific qualifications. So for example, in the physical scientist series, there was education requirement that you had to meet either A or B that was described in the job announcement. Outside of that, in most cases, applicants, as stated in the vacancy announcement, you could either qualify based on with education or with experience. Human Resources is going to look at both. So they're going to look at, do you qualify based on experience or do you qualify based on education? And we'll make that determination at that time. So that's why it's important that your resume is, that you have a good federal resume that outlines, all of your experience and responsibilities and dates and work schedule, that you include that information so that we are able to give you full credit for your experience. Same with your transcripts. If you are applying or think that you qualify based on your education as well, then we need that supporting documentation. And that's where it's really important. We're going to look at both to ensure that you meet those qualifications either way. We're not only going to look at education, we're going to look at experience if the job has that experience component as well. And like I had mentioned earlier, there are some jobs, like our communications jobs or a lot of administrative positions. There is not a 4-year degree, a master's, PhD. Those degrees are not required. You can apply and receive consideration based on your degrees, but you can also qualify with experience alone. So we do want to make it clear that you don't have to, in some of our jobs, you don't need to have any kind of education to qualify for our jobs. You can qualify based on experience alone.
And as a hiring manager, I want to add that the hiring managers who are usually looking or often looking for very specific types of skill sets are the ones who put the information together for HR to put out the vacancies. So there's a lot of technical information that goes into how a hiring manager creates the vacancy that they're looking for. So for example, if I have a job and I need someone who has just a basic knowledge of geophysics, I might have that I might have that educational coursework requirement in there because even if it's for a physical scientist position, for example, because I'm going to be sending that person out on jobs that requires them to have a basic understanding of geophysics. So that's why there might be course requirements and if there is an equivalent work experience where someone's had that experience, that would presumably show up in the resume. But it's important to state that the people that are doing the hiring that have the technical backgrounds are working very closely with HR to put these vacancies out. So it's a lot of technical background goes into particularly the technical positions and vacancies.
And Dorothy, I saw a follow-up question about how much work experience is needed. The job announcement will state the experience requirements. Typically, the job announcement will requires that you have 1 year of specialized experience at the next lower grade level, and it will have a description of what that experience, qualifying experience is. And so that's why it's important that your resume have the start and end dates, month and year, because if the job announcement says you have to have 1 year of specialized experience, we're looking at your resume to determine you do have that 1 year of experience. And we're looking at your entire resume to determine if you meet those qualifications. So in the example that I had provided with a resume is if you're working part-time, those hours are prorated. So in one example, you may only have 6 months of experience, but then we're looking through the rest of your resume to determine that you have an additional 6 months of experience to equate a year.
Well, I hate to cut us off. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating, for your awesome questions, for the answers. Thank you, Alicia, for this session. It's been very, very helpful. I think everyone's really appreciated it. I know the HR questions get to be a lot, and you probably already also have questions for our speakers earlier today. I want to remind you that all the questions that were unanswered, don't worry. We will copy them all over from the chat. We will create an FAQ or frequently asked questions document, and we'll make sure that's available to all the participants following the event. Also, as a reminder, we will be recording the whole day for the participants, and we will make those available to you once we make sure that they meet the accessibility standards. So look forward to that as well. So you'll get to hear the audio all over again as well. We will also make the materials and the links that the presentations, some of the materials, as well as the links that we've provided available to you after this event. Again, we want to make sure that they meet all of our accessibility standards first, and then we will definitely make them all available to you. I do want to take a moment and ask for a big old thank you to all of our presenters this morning for providing us valuable information about the USGS, about our hiring process, and about some of the values we have here at the USGS. Thank you to everyone. I'm going to do a clap. We will now conclude the introductory session this morning. We will return to the same team link. So go back to the same meeting link that you received at 1 p.m. Eastern. Please use, again, the same link for accessing the meeting. When we reconvene, we will have our 3 career panel discussions. They are focused on science support, technical capabilities, and research careers. Again, if you have any technical issues with joining, email our IT folks at stp_it@usgs.gov, and they can help you. Again, thanks again, everyone, for joining us in the Exploring USGS Science Careers in the Southeast. And we've touched on a lot of things across the USGS as well. We hope this session was informative, and we look forward to seeing you in the afternoon session for the panel discussions.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Science Support Panel discussion for our event. My name is Caitlin Reynolds. My pronouns are she and her, and I am a geologist at the St. Petersburg Coastal and Marine Science Center in Florida, and I will be the moderator for this session. Before we get started, for those who may benefit from having closed captioning during this meeting, the closed captioning is available through Microsoft Teams. To turn on your live captions, you just click on the 3 dots in your meeting window labeled More, navigate to Language and Speech, and then click on Turn on Live Captions. If you need any technical assistance during this event, please email stp_it@usgs.gov or use this chat as well, since we're very fortunate to have our awesome IT staff here with us today to help out. During this session, you will have the chance to meet with USGS staff specializing in information technology, center operations, data management, communications, and administration, and how they pursued and achieved their different careers at the USGS. These disciplines are very critical and crucial for the success of our USGS science. After the panelists have all had a chance to introduce themselves, if you have any questions for one or more of our speakers, please use the raise hand function. And when called on, feel free to turn on your microphone and ask your question out loud. You're also welcome to input all of your questions into the chat as well. Any questions that we do not cover during this event will be compiled and answered and then distributed to all the attendees as well with helpful resources. All right, now let's get started. Each of our panelists here today will speak briefly about their background, their path to the USGS, and what they do here, and then we'll open up the room to questions. So you can add them in the chat as we go along. We're going to start with Jamie Quaid as well. So take it away, Jamie.
All right, thank you so much, Caitlin. My name is Jamie Quaid. I am a white male, 57 years old, and I'm in the office today. My position with USGS is Administrative Officer. In private industry terms, which you guys, you might be more familiar with, that would be like a Chief Operating Officer of a small organization. I oversee purchasing, human resources, facility management, budget and finance, property, and front desk reception area. How service back in, it was about 89 as a student, and I got an internship, and I was able to move around 8 different times in my career with them, all by choice. I decided to see the continental United States by moving with the government. It's very enjoyable, and each move was a promotion. My last stop was Oconus, which was in Alaska, and with the Forest Service. And then I said, well, if there's a time to change my career as far as agencies and see what's on the other side of the fence, this would be a good time. Therefore, I applied for a couple different agencies and received my job with U.S. Geological Survey here in Columbia, Missouri for the Columbia Environmental Research Center. And I've been here since 2006 and have enjoyed it very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamie. All right, we're going to talk to Diani now.
Hello, everyone. Let me summarize my career here. My name is Diani Lopez, and for the past 33 years, I've been working with the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center at the USGS Puerto Rico office. So as a child, and let me share this with you, as a child, whenever someone asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, I always said, I want to be a scientist. However, life took a different path. and I ended up earning a bachelor degree in computer engineering, followed by a master's degree in software engineering. So when I was hired by the USGS, I had no idea of what the organization was all about. Funny to think about now. My initial role was to migrate applications from Fortran to C language and manage Unix system. That was back in 1991. So although I wasn't a scientist, I quickly realized that from my position, I could significantly support and collaborate with many scientists. I began developing tools for them and for the data collection unit. In year 2000, I designed and developed a real-time flood alert system for Puerto Rico, integrating various information sources. It was a complex project involving the creation of a decoder for a local radio transmitting network and the ability to decode raw images from the National Weather Service. So this system became widely used and was one of my most rewarding projects. Convincing management to fund it took a few years. And I mention this because it is an important lesson. Sometimes we wait for opportunities to come to us, but more often to seek them out. Pay attention to problems or needs, and if you see a way to contribute, raise your hands and say, I'm available. That's how opportunities are created. So the flood alert system led to an opportunity to collaborate on a project in Central America after Hurricane Mitch. And I developed a decoder for hydrologic stations in the region using a small National Weather Service antenna to save costs. Over the years, I've also served as the webmaster for both public and internal web pages of our Science Center and worked as a system administrator to ensure the security and functionality of our system. Additionally, I had the chance to spend 4 months as an IT supervisor in 2 other science centers. Even though I had no prior experience in that role, when the announcement came out, I once again said, I'm available. So as you can see, the USGS is an organization full of opportunities with an amazing people to collaborate with. Whether with your office, across different offices in your science center, or even between science centers. And that, let me tell you that for me has been a dream come true. Working here has made a lot of difference for me. And because of the mission we have, I know that everything that we do is for the benefit for our country and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deani. That was perfect. I feel like every one of our panelists believe that truly. Next, we're going to chat with John.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah. All right. I'm John Nanya. I am a Caucasian male with short brown hair and a gray beard, and my pronouns are he and him. I work in the USGS Central Midwest Water Science Center, where we monitor and study the water resources in Illinois, Missouri, and Iowa. I am located in Iowa City, Iowa, where I am the Deputy Director for Operations in the Central Midwest Water Science Center. And in that role, I oversee our administrative team, our information technology section, and some of our technical specialists. So I've been with the USGS now for almost 30 years, and have seen a lot in that time. And I haven't always been in the science support. I started as a student intern, which could be compared to the Pathways Career Intern program that we have now in the hydrology field. And while I was finishing up my undergraduate degree in environmental science at the University of Iowa. And I was actually just looking for a summer position, and the hiring official at the time said if things worked out, they could keep me on after graduation possibly, and that certainly was a tempting offer. So I took the position, and after graduation, they did convert me to full-time as a hydrologist. And I spent the first 15 years of my career in the field, operating USGS stream gauges, collecting water quality data, and monitoring groundwater resources as well. I also had the opportunity to author a few publications in statistical hydrology, and In 2011, I became a supervisor. I managed our field staff in Iowa, and I really enjoyed that transition from the hands-on to be able to start to support our staff to collect data and that get used in our scientific studies. And then in 2018, I had the opportunity to be the deputy director of operations for the 3 states, Iowa, Illinois, and Missouri, which is the position I have now, and which is a big change in the duties that I had previously. And where I was working with hydrologists and hydrologic technicians to now overseeing our administrative staff, our IT staff, and other specialists. And I really enjoy my position now. I really get a lot of rewarding. I take a lot of pride and find it very rewarding to support our staff in the center. I feel like I can use what I've learned being in the field and conducting the studies to know what they're going through and use that to hopefully support them as much as we can while still meeting our bureau and departmental and federal government policies as well. So that's what I have.
Sounds great. Thank you, John. All right, up next we have Debbie.
Hello, everybody. I'm Debbie Gordon. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a white female with dark brown curly hair, and I'm a groundwater hydrologist and also the outreach coordinator for the South Atlantic Water Science Center, and that includes Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. My office is in Norcross, Georgia. I got my Bachelor of Science degree in geology at the University of West Georgia and my Master's of Science in hydrogeology from East Carolina University. When I was finishing up my master's thesis, I got a call from Tom Crawford, who was one of my former professors at West Georgia. And he told me that the USGS is looking to hire a groundwater hydrologist. They wanted someone to work on designing a well field for the city of Albany, Georgia. And it just so happened that for my master's thesis, I designed a well field for the city of Washington, North Carolina. So that was a great fit. I got that job and I worked on groundwater studies, mostly in Southwest Georgia, for about 25 years. But I was always also interested in outreach and volunteered to talk to students and talk about USGS science whenever I could. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to become the outreach coordinator for the South Atlantic Water Science Center. So now I spend about 75% of my time interacting and communicating USGS science with students and local communities.
Great. Thank you, Debbie. And lastly, we have Brianna.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna Williams. My pronouns are she, her. I am a white female with blonde hair and glasses. I work at the Coastal and Marine Science Center in St. Petersburg, Florida, in data management as a geographer. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental biology and a master's degree in environmental science, along with a certificate in geographic information systems, also known as GIS. So I started at the USGS as a volunteer right after I graduated with my bachelor's degree in 2017. I worked in the lab and did some field work over that summer and fall. And during this time, I wasn't quite sure where I wanted my career to go. I knew I enjoyed the sciences, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with that exactly. So I thought about my passions and remembered a geography course I really enjoyed taking my senior year of undergrad. Also, while at the USGS, I was introduced to some scientists using geography in their daily work, which I thought was really cool. So these two things inspired me to go back to school and pursue this newfound interest. So after my volunteering concluded and during my first year of grad school, I started working at a non-science, non-governmental agency. The job was geography-based, but something still felt missing. I eventually realized that I missed the feeling of making a difference and contributing to research that informs decision makers, much like when I was at the USGS. So I began hunting for a job at a scientific government agency once again, and about a year later, a contract job opened up at the USGS office I previously volunteered at,
and it perfectly aligned with my new interest in geography. So I applied, and I actually started as a contractor in 2018 and was eventually promoted to a federal employee in 2021. So my job at the USGS primarily involves assisting scientists at the center with their research and publications. This includes meeting and collaborating with scientists to understand what they are currently researching and want to publish, and then guide them through the publishing process. So part of this process, I will help review their data and metadata, and occasionally make maps for inclusion in their publications. And I also manage a database of historically collected cores and samples from my center, which is published in an interactive map interface for the public to use.
Great, thank you guys so much. As a reminder to all of our attendees, feel free to put any of your questions into the chat. I'm going to start us off with a question, and just raise your hand as you guys have them. We're hoping this session is going to be as interactive as possible for everyone. I think it is really cool that we all kind of come from different backgrounds, and our path to the USGS is not the exact same. All 5 of you had completely different stories, which is great. Most of our attendees are either undergrads or graduate students. And what courses or trainings have you guys all had throughout your careers that you think would be the most useful to somebody starting into the USGS? I know a lot of you guys have, started in science and then switched over to something else, or vice versa. So as you've gone along your years, kind of what courses or things do you recommend students kind of look into or get into from the beginning? If you guys want to just kind of raise your hand and unmic yourself, we can just have a free conversation here. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, well, my career, I got an accounting degree and my CPA and my MBA, and I immediately went into the support function, as USGS calls it, administration. And my first job was an accountant with the U.S. Forest Service, and then I moved into being a financial manager, and then, like I said, I'm an administrative officer, which is like a chief operating officer. As far as courses, basically all those business classes have really helped me, whether it was marketing, obviously the accounting functions, financial accounting classes were essential. And then in my MBA program, we had classes on human resource management, which it doesn't matter if you're in private industry or USGS, EEO is EEO. Fair hiring practices are fair hiring practices. It is across the board. And you can directly translate those coming into the workplace here at USGS.
I certainly agree with Jamie on his recommendations. And just to add to that, things are always changing, and communication is always important. Your major, I think, will hopefully set you up with a lot of the basics in the science field you're going to, or the administrative field, or whatever it is. But additional courses, I think, that would help as things keep changing are, writing skills, report writing skills, be it even if we're in the administrative field, we're always communicating somehow in some way, and being able to read what they're saying and translate it to what our needs are. And also courses in technology. We're not IT people here, but having that skill set to be able to do some applications is always helpful. I know in our administrative staff, we're always looking ways to streamline processes through different applications, and working with our IT folks and having some of that knowledge on that is also helpful to tie into our education as well. So to make it advanced processes in our jobs,
Yeah, go ahead, Diani.
Yes, IT is a little bit different because you can come here with computer science degree or computer engineering, but that is not necessarily. There are many people that come from math, from other different areas that they take technology courses, and that is enough for them. Something that I always advise, because to me it has been useful, is to get at least some course in science, because in that way we can understand better our people, the people we are serving them, and we are providing solutions to them. And it is better if we understand at least what they are talking about. So basically, the scope of from where the people come from is very, very big. From math, from computer, from other areas. But the thing is to have some, at least some background in technology.
We have a question in the chat for you, Debbie, specifically. Can you speak a little bit about what you do in your outreach position?
Yeah, so I manage the social media accounts that the South Atlantic Water Science Center has. Right now we have Facebook and X. A lot of other offices have some other accounts also, but that's what we have right now. So I manage those. I try to get a good variety of what's going on in our center and get it out to the public. Also, we attend a lot of career fairs and conferences and meetings. Also, community activities like science fairs. I'll go into schools and talk to classes. So my goal is to communicate our science and also help people find the data that we have. All of the data that we collect and the science we produce are available to the public, but it's not very helpful if people can't find it. So try to help with that.
Great, thank you. A question that popped in the chat is, we have come through the government through different internships and volunteers. What would you say is the best pathway to a government job? Is it likely to begin as a full-time employee without a government internship? Can you guys each maybe chat about what happened with you guys and how you guys first got into the USGS? I can start while you guys are thinking. I just randomly emailed somebody who had science that I was interested in on the USGS staff profile page, asked if they had any sort of volunteer internship, or not even to get paid, but just to kind of come and volunteer my time and learn more about their science. So I just moved down to Florida for a month and did that, and worked really hard, and there eventually was a position that opened up and I got into that. But that was straight out of I was still, in college when I volunteered and then got my name in there. And I think in some of the earlier sessions, people chatted about too, just the importance of your connection that you're making. Go ahead, Brianna.
Yeah, so for me, the volunteer opportunity was advertised through my academic advisor during my senior year of undergrad. So I think it's important when universities have good relationships with government agencies and they're able to have that communication. And so someone at my center advertised that volunteer opportunity. And so I took it, and me and someone else were onboarded for the opportunity. And then it's also good to look out for contract positions, because I think those are great ways to get your foot in the door to work as an employee for the government. It's not a federal job, but you can get your way there. I found my contract job through Indeed.com, so that's what I would recommend as well.
Thanks, Brianna. Debbie?
So I also found out about the USGS position through a former professor, as I said. And I think it's a little unique that it very specifically applied to what I was studying in graduate school. But once I got here, I did groundwater hydrology for a long time, but then I also became interested in outreach, and now I'm doing a lot more of that. So there's so many different avenues once you get here that you could also explore.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, and I'll just add a little bit of my experience. I wouldn't say there's one best way to get in. I think just depends on everyone's situation. But certainly the Pathways program, whether you're a current student or a recent graduate, is a great way to get into the USGS. And I see in the chat it was mentioned military service veterans. We hire a lot of veterans, and that's another great opportunity to get excellent trained staff on on board using the veterans recruitment programs that we have. So when we advertise positions, there's a few veterans entities that we will reach out to and see if they will spread the word as well. So there's for veterans, it's another great opportunity as well.
We have a question for Brianna from the chat. Brianna, as someone who will soon have a certificate in GIS, what job titles and/or offices should I look out for within the USGS that would have the most focus on working with GIS and its applications?
Yeah, so I would recommend looking in USGS jobs for geographer, cartographer, data scientist. Almost all of the USGS centers use GIS in their work. I know the Earth Resources Observation and Science Center, or EROS, in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. They're part of the Landsat program, and so they do a lot of GIS work as well. So I'd keep an eye out for those job titles in that center.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, I would just add on a little tidbit in USA Jobs. In the search bar, just you can type in GIS. And then on the right-hand side, you can say Department of Interior or U.S. Geological Survey. And then that narrows it down, and you can look at all the different duties all the positions that have duties with GIS-related work. Just a little tidbit there on finding those jobs.
Diani?
Yes, we also have a GIS, like a GIS specialist under IT specialist. So there are many other areas in which that person can work on.
Another question in the chat. To any of the speakers, as federal employees, are you active on academic social media accounts like LinkedIn? And have you used LinkedIn for any type of outreach, or have people reached out to you through LinkedIn?
Go ahead, Debbie.
So through the social media accounts that I run, I do follow the universities that we work with, and they follow us, hopefully. We don't have a LinkedIn page at the South Atlantic Water Science Center, but the USGS does. And that account is becoming a lot more active, and they're really trying to get specific positions out through their overall LinkedIn site.
I have another question for you, panelists. What is your typical day like? Are you teleworking? Are you remote? Are you in the office? Kind of maybe chat a bit about, what does a day look like at the USGS for each of you? We'll start with you, Jamie.
Every day is different, it seems like. Different, but the same. And to answer your question, I think I have an ideal mix. I telework 2 days a week and come into the office 3 days a week. It's interesting with the teleworking world. You're very focused on your computer and you rarely get up, it seems like, or I don't. And it's like, oh, is it time to leave work already? Yeah, I guess. But in the office, I'm constantly walking around and meeting people and talking to people. I view it as a bunch of ping pong balls flying in my office, and depends on which one lands on my desk at that moment in time, and that's what I address. And I try planning my day, but a lot of days don't go as planned because things constantly come up. And I think my average email is probably 60 to 70 emails a day. There's quite a bit of time reading and digesting emails and forwarding things on. So that's what, to me, that makes it all enjoyable. I get involved in a lot of different things, a lot of different discussions, and a lot of different scientific areas also beyond administration, which that is, for those people that are not in scientific field on the call, you have choices. When I graduated college, I could have gone to back then it was a Big Six, now it's a Big Four CPA firm, and worked with a bunch of other accountants. And I'm like, I think coming with a natural resource agency would be more enjoyable, and it is more enjoyable because you're at the ground, you're seeing where your efforts of your administrative work actually produce fruits for, like someone said, we work for the taxpayers and we work for the nation, and bears that fruits, which to me increases my job gratification every day.
Thanks. I'm glad I don't get as many emails as you do. Brianna.
So I telework for the most part. I work from home 4 days a week, and I'm in the office 1 day a week. Due to the nature of my job, I'm mostly on the computer all day. I write emails, I have virtual meetings, I review documents, I look at data, I'm doing GIS work and some mapping applications. But when I am in the office, I do some physical data work, like looking at samples and writing down the metadata for it and helping it put it in our center's archive. And I occasionally do travel to attend conferences like the Esri User Conference. So that's a perk of the job, is that you can explore educational opportunities while also working. So yeah.
Great. Diani?
I'm like James. I come to the office with a plan, and mostly I never can work on that. But the thing is that I work a lot in user support, so that's why I prefer to be here face to face, so I can deal with the different things that we have. We have servers, we have the laptops, we have workstations, so many people with issues. I also have to work with vulnerabilities, so we have to solve any issue that we comes in the weekly reports as quickly as possible. So that takes time. So we need to install patches and apply fixes, whatever is needed. So I also work on the SharePoint and or web pages on whatever that is new in that day, the phone system, or there are so many things. So I'm always busy, always busy.
Debbie?
So one of the best things I think about working for USGS is that you're, well, in my experience, never doing the same thing twice. So I do a lot of water quality sampling, not quite as much as I used to, but go to conferences and schools. Like last week, I went to the National Association of Black Geoscientists conference that was at Georgia State University. I'm hoping some of the students I talked to are on this call. Next week, I'm going to an elementary school to talk about fossils, but I typically work in the office 3 days a week, telework 2 days a week, and yeah, it's never the same, so it's fun.
John?
Yeah, very, very similar. I agree with my colleagues here. There is no typical. I actually get this question when I interview new potential employees. That's a typical question we get, is what is a typical day? And there is no typical, which does make the day exciting. So I often get a lot of calls from our center staff asking questions, which again, that's what I love about my job, is I get to help people. And then there is a lot that comes in, so just prioritizing things can be a challenge. I work in the office about 4 days a week myself, 3 to 4, and telework 1 or 2 days a week, although I do travel quite a bit. I was at a conference the last couple of days for a water resources conference. Next week, I'm visiting our staff in our Rolla, Missouri office, and going to visit with them, which I love seeing our staff in person. So there is no typical, but for the most part, I get to set my own schedule and make sure to my supervisor that I get all my stuff done. So yeah, a lot of autonomy too.
So up until this point, we've kind of chatted a lot about all of the really good things about the USGS, and I think we could go on and on. But I think realistically, there's some struggles that happen with our jobs. What is maybe some sort of struggle that you have going on with your workday, or something that, maybe an honest answer to some of these questions. I can give an example, and kind of had to do with questions that were asked earlier too about different programs that we use. I started my career like not knowing how to do any kind of coding or anything like that. And I think that has kind of been my biggest struggle at the USGS now moving forward, is just trying to keep up with the times and going through and taking classes and doing some research like that to keep informed. And kind of a bad thing, but a good thing, the USGS is super supportive about continuing education with its current employees and providing classes that we can use and information that we can all use to, you know, further the science that we're all doing. Jamie?
Yeah, you know, when you say struggles, my mind just races. Maybe I have too many, I don't know. But I think one of the largest struggles, and Alicia Gomez mentioned this on the HR call, all those people that are thinking about job in the government, she's like, just be patient, just be patient. It's, you know, you might not hear back in 4 months. All right, when a manager gets that nice employee that's a high performer, they come into my office, or I get them, they come into my office and say, hey, guess what? I got a new job. I'm like, well, good for you. Unfortunately, at Science Center, my staff is very small. We don't have a lot of duplication or depth in the bench. I'm like, good for you. Out of the 10 people, now I just lost 10% of my staff when that person says, oh, I got a new job. And they give 2 weeks notice. From the time I say I start working on that, it could be 9 months before someone comes on board to fill that position. And then sometimes I get 2 employees that I say, good job to you. Now I'm down 20%, and it puts a lot of stress on the remaining workforce because of the length of time. And it's nothing that anyone on this call and anyone can do. It's just the way it is. But it does take a long time to backfill positions, and that is a huge struggle, not just in administration, but throughout the full government. I don't think any agency gets people on quickly that I know of.
Awesome. Brianna?
So I find in my role in science support, there's always this struggle of juggling multiple priorities from everyone in the center. So our data management group is about 5 full-time people, and we support almost nearly 100 people in our center. So when multiple people need to publish things at the same time, we have to kind of juggle that priority and figure out what's the best path to do that. And so I think, you know, having a good team around you is helpful in doing that. So yeah.
I agree. John?
Yeah, this is a challenging one to answer. So kind of along maybe what Jamie said too, some of the, I know this is maybe a bad word sometimes, but bureaucracy can be a challenge, although it can also be a good thing too, because things do take time, or there are a lot of policies to follow when we're purchasing items, or using our facilities, or hiring staff. But what it does do, though, it does ensure on the positive side that a lot of practices are fair, and everyone has the equal opportunity where possible to be at the private sector bid on a job, or our hiring practices. Some of the things do take time, like Jamie said, and there are a lot of things to go through. So that is a little bit of a challenge, but again, if you look at it on the positive side, hopefully in the long run, things are treated, everyone's treated fairly, and there's equal opportunities, be it coming from the outside or within our own agency too. So.
Yeah, definitely. Debbie?
So to build on what you guys have already said, our report process can be long too. So we publish all of our data, but to get the final product out, it can be frustrating. I mean, we have a very rigorous review process, which is good. Our science is very highly regarded, but it can take a while for that final product to get out.
Piani?
Something that to me is difficult is that we have to support users in locations where there is no IT on site. So I get a little bit frustrated when there is an issue and I cannot solve that quickly because someone has to be there. So that requires from me and from the team to plan accordingly and to develop the strategies, good strategies to minimize the downtime for our user. So that is challenging, and also it's frustrating because someone cannot continue doing their work because we need to do something. So we have to deal with that kind of thing. So it's challenging. It's challenging.
We had a question in the chat. Does the USGS financially support the continuation of your education? I know for me personally, I started the USGS as with just a bachelor's degree, and my project and eventually paid for me to get my master's degree. I don't know if that is the case for everybody. I think every situation is very different, unless anyone else can speak on that or have had similar situations.
Oops. I'll raise my hand. So per OPM rules, it depends on your continuing education. Are you talking about formal education, college degrees? Are you talking about going to Excel classes or some fish shocking class? I mean, there's variety. As far as like formal degree education, the government cannot pay for a degree, but what they can do is pay for classes directly related to your position. And if because you take those classes, you end up gaining a degree, great. But they cannot pay for the degree itself as far as the latest regulations that I saw. But as far as other classes, there's constant continuing education going on in my center. We have enough budget to send people to be able to get the job done. You know, I think there's a saying out there, the only thing worse than paying for training is having a bunch of untrained employees.
And we do a bunch of training opportunities that we have throughout all of the centers here. Another question I'm going to end with now is kind of what is the most rewarding part of your job with the USGS? Do you have any stories that you would like to share with everybody? We all are scientists, and based on what the USGS is, we all want to go out there and make a difference in our community, I think. And the USGS is a great place where you can feel like the work that you're doing in any job is going to make a difference in the world. Go ahead, Debbie.
So I don't know if it's my favorite, but one thing I really love is all the experts that work at USGS and that we get to learn from. I remember when I first started at the USGS, I was reading up on how to do a particular type of aquifer testing. So I was reading this report. I was a young scientist. Then all of a sudden, the author of that report walked by my office. I'm like, oh my God. So I don't know. I think that's really cool. And not only in my specific office, but we, can reach out to USGS scientists all over the country and learn from their expertise.
Yeah, John.
Gosh, there are just so many things I could list. That makes the job rewarding or fulfilling. It's from providing data that emergency managers are using to make decisions on evacuating communities from flooding, or providing a publication for water quality resources on the drinking water quality for a municipality. Those things just are so rewarding that I just make me come to work every day. And in my current position is to be able to support now those folks to be able to get those publications published or collect the data that need to get collected. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the challenges was some of the bureaucracy. I hopefully I can minimize some of those challenges for our staff so that they can focus as much as they can on their publication or in the field. And that right now to me is my most rewarding part of my job, is to be able to support those things that those folks do.
Thanks, John. Brianna?
So for me, I find it really rewarding that I'm able to just reach a diverse audience with our USGS research. I enjoy being able to share our data in unique ways. Again, I'm really into mapping, and so at our center, we have a map of all of the samples we've collected, and oftentimes researchers at a local college will be interested in the samples that we have in this map and want to know more information. And I find that really rewarding that we're actually reaching people and they see our science.
Jamie?
To me, USGS a little different, I guess. We're a very flat, lack of better words, laid back organization. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a PhD scientist, you go by the first name, you don't say doctor this or this. People go readily into the head of the office, center director's office, and they're like, hey, how you doing? It's not a formal structure, and everybody gets along and people collaborate and people enjoy being together at the office or even virtual. And I was looking at some reports the other day in a meeting, and the average tenure at a business is you leave a company after 4.1 years. Majority of our staff, they start their career here and end their career here. 30, 40 years, we have people leaving for retirement, not for taking a different job. And to me, that says a lot about a rewarding environment.
Yeah, and we're all from completely different centers, and I think we can all say that exact same statement. Deani?
To me, I'm really grateful for all the opportunities that has given to me. One of those is that I was able to work with emergency management for many years. So I was with the local agencies on site during extreme events. And that allowed me to fully understand, or at least to understand what they need and how an emergency manager operates, what is important to them. And that has made a difference in the kind of service I do for the USGS, because I can provide a feedback knowing what our customers need outside. So I'm grateful for the opportunities, because that has been a really, that has made a difference in my career here in the USGS.
That's great. Another question that just popped up in the chat: what are some benefits of federal employment? For example, paid leave, retirement, health insurance, work-life balance, etc. Deani?
My God, everything. I love the USGS. Everything. You have flexibility. You can work from home or at the office. You have great benefits. You have opportunities for professional development. You have trainings. You have great people to work with. Scientists that are A1 in the world. You name it. The list is really long. There are many benefits at personal level and professional level of being here.
Brianna?
So one thing that I really enjoy about the federal government in general is pay transparency. So you know what your job is and how much you're going to get paid, and those jobs in the similar field, you will know what people are being paid for that. And there's also, in a lot of federal jobs, promotion potential built into your job, so you know that there's a pathway to earn more money. And I think that's just really great.
Jamie?
Yeah, when I bring people in, there are some non-competitive hiring authorities, Schedule A hiring and veterans hiring. With those, you don't have to go through the same recruitment process, so you can do like one-on-one. And I sit down with the individual and I made up a little sheet on that. but there's a lot of benefits. For example, paternity leave was just passed a few years ago, I guess 5, 6, whatever. That's 12 weeks paid leave for both the husband and the wife, or the parents. I shouldn't say husband and wife, but the parents of the child. That's 12 weeks of paid leave for the birth of the child after 1 year of service. In addition, from day one, you start earning vacation time, 4 hours of vacation time. The first 3 years per pay period, there's 26 pay periods in a year. And then after 3 years, it goes to 6, 15 years, it goes to 8. Fantastic. The other thing is health insurance. The federal government pays about 68% on average of your health insurance cost. And you're like, wow, that's good. It gets even better than that. When you retire from the federal government, if you spend 5 years of health insurance at the end, you carry that into your retirement. The average cost for a retiree in private industry when they go and retire is $275,000. Check out fidelity.com and that they have to pay out of pocket that Medicare doesn't cover. Federal employees don't have to pay that because we still keep our health insurance at the subsidized rate. And then we got vision and dental and other type of opportunities. And the other thing is flexible work schedules. Majority of offices have flexible work schedules, which employees generally love. I love. I have employees that come in at 6 a.m. I have employees that come in at 9 a.m. I have employees that work 10-hour days. Others work 8-hour days. The key is you get your 80 hours in within the pay period. And then you focus on that work-life balance.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, all those are certainly some things I would have said here. The vacation is great. I have many friends in the private sector or other entities, not the federal government, and have significantly less vacation time and sick time as well. And I help take care of an elderly parent and a disabled sibling, and the flexibility I have to use to take leave to care for them is just phenomenal. I don't know, have many other people that I know outside of the federal government that have that flexibility and the paid leave to do so. So those are certainly some great benefits for me, is that flexibility and for leave.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We had a question in the chat about how many stages of interview does a technical position usually have? For example, an IT position. Did anyone speak on that?
Well, maybe two. Most of the time, you have the set of the resumes, and you get 3, and you interview 3 people. Most of the time, that is enough. That depends on the position they apply for. If they require more interviews, but at least 3 people are going to be interviewed to select one.
Someone else put in the chat, I would point out that you get regular leave as well as sick leave. You don't have to use your vacation time when you get sick, which is a great benefit. Before we wrap up, does anyone have anything else they want to specifically say, or any questions in the chat that you would like to type in? Just a reminder, if you don't get your chat questions answered immediately, we will answer them for you. I'm also going to put a link in the chat to our agenda page that has the staff profiles for everyone that was included here on this talk, if you would like to reach out to them as well. One more question before we round out would be, can you apply to multiple positions and roles? I think you can. And then what are the jobs that offer to be hybrid or remote? As Alicia was saying earlier in the USA Jobs tutorial portion of that, it will say on there what those jobs are specifically, if they are remote jobs, if they are in person. And I believe you could ask whoever you're applying to those specific questions as well. So I just wanted to thank you all so much for all of your amazing questions, and for our panelists for sharing all of their stories. So please stick with us for the next panel, which is going to be on technical capabilities. Like I said, I'm going to drop this in the chat, and we will make sure to answer everybody's questions throughout the day as well. So
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Technical Capabilities Panel discussion for our event, Exploring USGS Science and Careers in the Southeast. My name is Tanya Collins. Visually, I'm an African-American female with black and brown braided, curly braids, braided hair, and I'm wearing a white shirt with a visual background of a blue background with the USGS symbol in it. I use the pronoun she and her. I'm a 23-year USGS career information technology specialist that began as a student intern while attending Louisiana State University. I'm serving from the Baton Rouge, Louisiana location of the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center, and I will be the moderator for this session. Before we get started, I want to share that closed captioning for this event is available through Microsoft Teams. To turn on live captions, click the three dots in your meeting window labeled More, navigate to the language and speech, then click on Turn on Live Captions. If you need any technical assistance during this event, please email stp_it@usgs.gov, or you can use the chat since we are fortunate enough to have our awesome IT staff here and available with us today to help out. During this session, you'll have the chance to interact with staff who help lead some of our critical programs from computer science, marine and field operations, and safety, all essential areas that contribute to and enhance the prestige of USGS science. If you have any questions for our speakers, please use the raise hand function, and when called on, feel free to turn on your microphone if you'd like to ask your question out loud. If you are also welcome to use the chat to ask questions. Adrian Moore will be monitoring the chat for those questions. Any questions that we are not able to cover during this event will be compiled, answered, and distributed to all attendees afterwards, along with some helpful resources. Each of our panelists will speak briefly about their background, their path to USGS, and what they do at USGS. We will then open up the room to questions, so please ask questions in the chat as we go, or as mentioned above, if you would like to ask them out loud. Today, we'll get started with Vanessa Velez. She's from the Columbia Environmental Research Center.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Velez. I am a white Hispanic female from Lajas, Puerto Rico, a coastal and agricultural town in the south part of the island. I am an environmental engineer that serves as the Safety and Occupational Health Specialist, Radiation Safety Officer, Collateral Duty Safety Program Coordinator, and Collateral Duty Environmental Protection Coordinator for the Columbia Environmental Research Center in Columbia, Missouri. How I joined the USGS? Well, while in college, one of my classmates told me that her boss was looking for student workers. I didn't ask about what type of job, where. I just went and had an interview and got the job with the biochemistry and physiology branch. During my time at the biochem branch, I volunteer for the safety committee and help with other safety related duties. When the safety officer position became available, my coworkers encouraged me to apply, and the rest is history. As a safety professional for CERC, I conduct annual safety and environmental cell safety audits, prepare and submit reports to environmental data calls, for example, like energy and water use, solid waste and recycling, assist the center with environmental compliance, maintain environmental records, also maintain various permits, certificates, and licenses, such as the Nuclear Regulatory Commission materials licensing, which allow us to conduct research using radioactive materials. Other permits or certificates that we have is a controlled substance registration certificate and wastewater operating permits, among others. Other duties that I oversee here at CERC as a safety professional are, the center chemical inventory, order safety supplies, safety orientation for new and existing employees, safety training coordination, hazardous waste disposal, fire and tornado drill, among others. But the most important is to provide the necessary tools to our staff so they can have a safe environment at the lab and on the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Next, we'll have David Siegel of the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center.
Hi, everyone. My name's David Siegel. I'm a white Jewish male with dark brown hair and a dark brown short beard. I'm a hydrologic technician in the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center, and I'm located in the Fort Myers field office, just about 2 hours south of Tampa and about 2 hours west-northwest of Miami and Fort Lauderdale area. So originally, my background is I received my bachelor's of science degree at Florida Gulf Coast University. I got my major was in marine science, and I minored in geology. And I got my degree in 2014. I started working with the USGS immediately right out of college. So about 10 years ago now. I started off in 2014 as a part-time independent contractor. So that helped me get my foot in the door. And I was a part-time independent contractor for about a year. And then I was converted after to full-time federal USGS service. Still currently, I work for under the networks data section branch. So basically, I started out and still do collecting water levels and stream gauging and riverine discharge all over the state of Florida. I kind of started mainly in groundwater and looking at observation wells when I first started, and doing some discrete water quality as well. And then just kind of moved on and moved into riverine discharge. So now what I mainly do is I measure riverine discharge in complex areas such as like structures and dams and tidal areas. Because Florida is a little complicated sometimes, and so it gave me a good opportunity to kind of get into a little bit of a bigger role and learning and doing some complex stuff. I also gained experience in GNSS, which is Global Navigation Satellite Systems, and other surveying techniques, which kind of we use to help determine elevations for things like storm surge in the aftermath of hurricanes, which unfortunately are prevalent down here in the Southeast. But this also has given me some really, really good opportunities to see different places, to go to different parts of Florida, and even places like Puerto Rico in 2017 after Hurricane Maria. And like I said, currently I'm still in the stream gauging program. So every day I boots on the ground. I'm out in the field multiple days a week, probably usually 3 to 4 days a week, and just being out in the field and collecting measurements and stream gauging, and also training newer staff. I'm also a collateral duty safety personnel coordinator. So basically the safety person for my local office in Fort Myers. And it's been a lot of fun. It's really good. It helps I'm basically helping implement safety policies, giving technicians and people in the field the safety equipment that they need, getting feedback, and providing that feedback back to management so everyone can get back safely. I'm also an off-highway vehicle and ATV and UTV instructor. So that also gets me to kind of travel around and see everyone. I see Nancy over here. She was she was one of my students once.
Great time. It was a great course.
Oh, thanks. And that's pretty much it for me.
Thanks, David. Next, we'll have Whitney Smith from the South Atlantic Water Science Center.
Hi, everyone. My name is Whitney Smith, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a white female with blonde hair and a ponytail and wearing a green USGS polo. I am in the South Atlantic Water Science Center, which is Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and I'm located in the Columbia, South Carolina office. I am a supervisory hydrologist, and I oversee the data section in South Carolina. So what that means is that I oversee the collection of surface water, groundwater, and water quality data in South Carolina. And I work directly with cooperating agencies to meet their water monitoring needs. So I work with power companies, state and local agencies, other federal agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers and the Park Service. So I also oversee the South Carolina data budget, which is a major function of my job. I came to the USGS in 2021 from the National Weather Service, where I was a weather forecaster for 10 years. While at the National Weather Service, I was a consumer of USGS data. So eventually I got interested in how the data is collected. And so it was a natural move for me to find a position with the US Geological Survey. So as far as my academic background, I graduated from the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, where I double majored in geography and environmental science. I also have a master's degree in atmospheric science and a GIS certificate from NC State University. And I got my foot in the door as a federal employee by being a student volunteer at the National Weather Service when I was in Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Next, we'll have Nancy DeWitt from the St. Petersburg Marine and Coastal Science Center.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining today. My name is Nancy DeWitt. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a 52-year-old white female with light brown grayish hair. I'm wearing the USGS t-shirt. I have a bachelor's degree at Rutgers College in marine science, specifically marine geology. My introduction to the USGS was just after graduation, in which my undergraduate professor, Dr. Brooks, he asked me to orchestrate the sediment biorecord field effort on the west central Florida coast. Was a small project that they were doing in which it involved working with the USGS on our what we used to call the RV Gilbert. So that was my first introduction in about 1995. That happened. After that project was wrapping up, this led into an interview with Mark Hansen, who was an oceanographic researcher here in the St. Petersburg office, which is where I'm at, sorry. And from there, Mark hired me to be as assistant in bathymetry mapping in Florida Bay. We mapped the whole Florida Bay in my early career with him. And that led into a student career employee program, which allowed me to get my master's working full time. And after that was completed, then it rolled into a full-time permanent employee position. I'm currently still in the St. Petersburg office and going on about 28 years.
Thank you, Nancy. Next, we'll have Christina Honeycutt from the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Honeycutt from the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center, or WARC, here in Lafayette, Louisiana. I'm a computer scientist with USGS. I received my bachelor's and my master's in computer science. I actually started in the 90s as an intern, but then after graduation, I went on to the private sector for about 5 years and ended up coming back to USGS as a contractor for about 6 years. And then I've been a federal employee now for about 12 years. My job involves co-leading the advanced applications team here at WARC, which is a team of about 30 software developers spread out all over the country these days, post-COVID. Together, we produce software products for USGS, as well as for both state and other federal agencies. Our job with USGS is to support the science first and foremost, which allows us to develop many very cool applications, both desktop and online, from geospatial mapping, data management solutions, to ecological models within the Everglades. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. As we wait for questions to come in through the chat, and Adrian will chime in on with those, I would like to ask each of you, what or who inspired you or influenced you to pursue a career in STEM? And whoever would like to go first. You can raise your hand or chime in.
Pursue a career in what did you say? I'm sorry.
In STEM, a scientific field.
I guess I'll go. I've always been interested in outdoors. And unfortunately, I was born and raised a traditional Catholic schoolgirl. So my opportunity in high school was home ec or college prep. We didn't have any real outdoor scientific classes and whatnot like they have today. So when I was a freshman in college, I knew I wanted science, biology, and I was hoping to get the marine biology aspect. But when I took a marine geology course, it was like magic. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, this is it. And unfortunately, I didn't have those opportunities back in Ohio. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, that I was introduced to. But I knew right then and there that was it. That was the path for me. So progressing on that, anybody listening in, I would, if you're in high school and you have those types of opportunities, any little bitty classes, any fairs, any weekend events, try them out, take them, see if you like it.
Yes, most definitely. I think through classes and teachers sometimes can definitely inspire us all for, that having that drive to want to learn something new or different. Next, we'll have Vanessa.
Okay, hi. So when I was in high school, my biology, chemistry, and physics teacher, she was doing her master at that time. And she was very hands-on and involved with all her students. And she created this like science club. And we used to go to field trips. And one of the field trips that she took us was to the University of Puerto Rico Marine Biology, building. And it was in my hometown. So basically, she took us over there because they have a program with manatees that they recover, like, from the ocean. And so she took us over there to learn more about manatees, and we have that hands-on experience, And she also used to do all kind of, hands-on experiments. She was great with lab work. So she was kind of the one who inspired me to continue a career in STEM.
Okay. Thank you, Vanessa. Whitney?
So what encouraged me to pursue a career in STEM was Hurricane Hugo back in 1989. I was growing up in Charlotte, North Carolina. And so when Hurricane Hugo moved through, we lost power for 2 weeks, and it had a significant impact. And even though I was very young at the time, I remember the impact and all the stories that I heard as I grew up. And so it made me ask a lot of questions about, how did this happen? And, why why us? Why did we lose power for 2 weeks? How did these things occur? So I think just kind of from a young age, having a lot of questions about science made me curious and want to pursue a career in STEM.
Yes, the weather around us definitely can definitely inspire us as well. I went through the Hurricane Francine just last night here in Baton Rouge. Most of our attendees are either undergrad or graduate students. So what courses or trainings have you all found to be the most useful in your USGS career? Anyone would like to go first? David, I see your hand.
So in terms of courses, I think when I was seeking my major in marine science, my bachelor's, I think the best course that really helped me out the most was either a couple environmental chemistry courses, but really I had a course called physical oceanography, which was basically a hydraulics course, and that really got me to understand just literally basic hydrology, just how things work, how water works. And that kind of got me into my little bit of my passion of, okay, I really think I really do enjoy physical science. So it's just in terms of my position as a hydrologic technician, I would say that really helped me a lot. It gave me a bit of a leg up when I came into the USGS. But really just, I'm sure other people with other, other backgrounds might have another course that might have helped them more.
Okay. Vanessa?
Yes. So in terms of courses, there were some courses related to environmental issues that I took while I was studying engineering in Puerto Rico. And some of them were like, wastewater treatment, hazardous waste management, among others. But the good thing that while I was taking those courses, I have like 3 of my professors, they work with the federal government, either in the, they work with EPA. And, they, when we were taking those classes, they bring actual cases that were going on without, names or anything, but just to make us to think about it and how we could solve those problems. So it was, it was good. We have great professors in those courses, and that's another, thing, like, if you, lab work and see courses that the actual problems that are happening. So that's, something that inspire me.
Thank you, Vanessa. Christina?
Yes, coming from the computer science perspective, I think anyone who gets a computer science degree, it's more about the good programming foundation and theory and concepts that you're getting to any that are presented to us from the scientist. So I would say that it's more about the foundation and not one particular class coming from computer science.
I would definitely agree with that as an IT specialist in computer science with a computer science degree as well. Problem solving and listening, being a very, very good listener and problem solving is definitely a key component of the courses and the coursework in that field. Adrian, we'll pause for a second to see if there are any chats in the chat right now, any questions in the chat.
Yeah, we have a few. We have a question in the chat from Phoebe, who's a freshman at Miami University. She asks, what would you encourage someone new to geology to learn more about? So if anyone has any special topics in geology that they'd like to encourage someone to talk about, that'd be great.
I guess I could start since I have the title. Geology, I guess I would, what I learned was that there's soft rock geologists and hard rock geologists. So minerals, mountains, and then you have sediments, underwater geology, soils, all that type of stuff. I would take a class or expose yourself, talk with your professor or get some input and check them all out. Like sedimentology class was great. I loved it. Like Dave said, took that physical oceanography course and it helps a lot. I loved hard rock geology, but I found that I am terrible at minerals under a microscope, but it was a great class. You learn your strengths and what you like, and that I think will help a person guide their path and narrow it down to what they would like to do, if that's what they would like to carry on with. And I just wanted to make a point with the classes, the background classes to any of the high schoolers, background sciences, you're going to have to get through. Just accept it. It's okay. I struggled, but they're good. And there's a lot of good professors out there that want to help you and they want to see you succeed. And one thing I wish I took some more computer skills. So thank you for all the IT people with the data processing and stuff later on that we didn't have back in my day. It's just it's different. But take a writing class. Just take a writing class on whether it's a scientific writing or just plain old writing papers. It will help you immensely throughout your schooling and into your career.
Thank you, Nancy. Adrian, is there any more questions available from the chat?
Absolutely. We have one that's directed at David and or Vanessa. You have both been working in roles with responsibilities that differ from your degree. Can you comment on that transition?
Vanessa?
Yeah, I can go first. So actually, my degree in environmental engineering has a lot to do with safety. I took a lot of classes, that are related to safety, like I said, hazardous waste management, among others. So when I started, it was different from my path because I started in the biochemistry and physiology section, and I learned another set of skills that helped me to understand the safety in the lab. And when the safety officer position became available, I applied for it because I was, part of the safety committee, and I help in other safety related duties. And having a background in science and work at the lab before I became the safety officer, it helps you also to understand what your scientists need and how to approach them, uh, and talk about a safety culture, a good safety culture. And so, like having that background, in working at the lab, it gives you an opportunity to understand better and like how to approach your scientist and kind of request, you need to do this, to do that, to be safe in the lab or on the field.
Thank you, Vanessa. David, would you like to add any more input on that question?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can add a little bit. It's kind of similar to what Vanessa was saying. So, my degree in marine science I felt like it was a very broad degree. You can go so many different ways in terms of like biology or or invertebrates, ecology, limnology. But I really enjoyed the hydrology part of it. So I kind of knew in college that's where I wanted to go. And then it kind of, I guess, as I took the role at the USGS, I was able to kind of transition into other roles and learn new things. I think just part of that, it was honestly pretty easy. It's something I wanted to do, and I think the USGS let me do it organically, so to speak. I wasn't forced into like doing something that what I wasn't truly passionate about. My office and the center in the USGS, I think, as a whole, was really good about taking your passions or your interests and kind of guiding you into something that works for you and that you enjoy. They definitely we want passionate people in places they want to be. So the transition I think was pretty easy. And then also, even like Vanessa was saying, in terms of the safety role, it's very much the same. I, enjoyed trying to do something different, but it was also still within what I was doing because the safety helps facilitate the work that's getting done and the mission in the field. So it was just another fun thing to kind of do and transition into, so to speak.
Thank you, David. That is definitely another highlight of having career here at the USGS is coming into the USGS in one field. We do have broad, diverse career paths. So you have an opportunity sometimes to do something different than what you may have originally found that you were interested in when you first arrived here at the USGS. So, Adrian, do we have anything else in the chat?
Sure. This is for the whole panel. What advice do you have for current undergrad students that have an interest in starting a career in the USGS? What would be some steps to take to prepare for graduation, applying for internships, or volunteer work?
Okay, Nancy.
But nobody else. I would say, where you're at, there's usually a USGS water office in almost every state, and see what's in your local area around you. Speak with your professor. If they know of anybody, that's how I learned our professors. You could come over here and listen to talks and whatnot. Your local office might have some volunteer opportunities that you don't know about. I'd start there and then branch out from that, or go if you're looking to travel. They do have the internships elsewhere. I would have to apply, but check out your backyard first. I'd say give that a first start.
Thanks, Nancy. Vanessa?
Yes, I will say like, internships or like, volunteer. But also if you have the opportunity to, tour one of the facilities, that will be great because, you kind of like get your name out there and also, kind of have the opportunity to see what they're doing, what's going on, because sometimes you say, yeah, I would like to work for this agency, but you really don't know what they're doing, and have just like the opportunity to see firsthand, it helps too.
Thanks, Vanessa. This question is for any of you all. What would be the most rewarding part of your job with the USGS? Whitney?
The most rewarding part of my job, I think, is getting to work with the different cooperating agencies and find out exactly what their needs are and how we can meet those needs. And then once we, start a project or add new gauges, whatever it may be, hearing from them about how they're using the data is really cool. Like how that data that we're collecting is meeting their needs. And influencing their decision making. And also as a supervisor, a rewarding part of the job is getting to help the folks that I supervise meet their career goals. So I love like meeting people, talking to them about what they want to do, what steps they need to take to get there, and then seeing them actually accomplish those goals. So it's rewarding as a supervisor.
Thank you, Whitney. Any other panelists have any thoughts on that question?
I agree with, oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's okay, Nancy. Go ahead.
I agree with Whitney. It's nice to see the data that you collect or go out and get, and you see it used in one or multiple ways. Because sometimes you do help a solution. And it's just exciting. It's exciting. What I used to do is a 3D model where they would put this whole puzzle together. We would go out and collect bathymetry, we would collect sediment cores, we'd collect seismics, and one of a couple of PIs in our office would take it together and make a 3D chunk of someplace offshore of Louisiana. It was really dynamic, pulled it all together, and it was like, bam, it was awesome.
Thanks, Nancy. Christina?
I think David's been having his hand up if you would like to go.
Okay, David, I'm sorry.
Sure, I can make it pretty quick. So I think the most rewarding thing to me, I agree with everyone else too, is you really do get to see the data that you're using being applied, whether it's like to help fix a local environmental issue or something countrywide. I think that's the most rewarding part, and it's also for me as a hydrologic technician is just being outside and being immersed in the field. I love that, and also getting to educate the public too. I think I would say almost every day in the field, unless I'm really, really remote, I run into someone from the public, and you get to educate them on the good science that you're doing and the tax and how their tax dollars are being used. And it's nice and rewarding that you could turn sometimes a lot of negativity that the public may have into a positive, and they go, wow, my tax dollars are doing some good, and we're collecting good science that could fix some problems that are facing us.
Yes, thanks, David. Christina?
I guess the part I love is leading a team with an end goal in sight and all coming together and working together and seeing that final software product and the purposes it's fulfilling. Just like you mentioned Hurricane Francine, which we felt the outer effects of it, not probably as much as you, but we're totally online with a hurricane gauge monitoring application that we produced for the state of Louisiana yesterday. High stress level, but very rewarding.
Yes, most
important.
definitely.
Very important.
Okay, Adrian, is there another question that came through the chat?
Yeah, we have a question specifically for Christina. Can you comment on how the roles you've had at USGS differ from those in the private sector?
Sure. My private sector experience was very early in my career, but I can say the workflows that we're seeing are very similar. As a software team, you come together, you're designing the classes, you're designing database schemas and frameworks, and you're producing a product. One of the main differences that's coming to my mind is in the private sector, there was a very common central product that you worked on every day, day in and day out. What USGS has given me is it's always changing. And based on our cooperators and partners and USGS science centers, the products we produce, it teaches us about the science also that we are not experts on. That's why we work very closely with the knowledge experts, like with the ecological modeling in the Everglades. They use the applications we built that are based on the scientists' knowledge to control water flows in the Everglades. And so it's always changing. Get out of the learning never ceases. Like I've been out for many years now and I'm still learning because technology is changing. You know, now it's the cloud and AI, and next year it's going to be something else. So don't ever stop learning is my advice.
Thanks, Christina. That's so true that, we all have, face challenges in our various positions. So I know you just answered that question, but I would like to ask some of the other panelists, what are some of the biggest challenges that you've had to face in your positions? So focus on sometimes, the stress levels or, things that, come along that you have to be able to pivot and readjust for.
Well, back when I started, I was pretty much the only female in a man's world. That was extremely difficult in the fact that I had to learn my own confidence and trust levels in myself in order to display that to my coworkers. They were all great, but it's definitely a little intimidating. But you learn, you have to. You can either take the bull by the horns and learn about yourself and learn how you're gonna apply yourself in certain situations. That was really challenging. It's a lot more spread out now, which is great. And the other thing that I've learned over the years, as the government budget fluctuates and funding comes and goes for projects, sometimes people had to be dispersed into different areas. For example, I was working as a water technician to cover part of my salary for 1 week a month in Tampa, and I had found a new respect for water quality people. You guys, hats off to you, because it is tedious but it's important. We need it. And then I was in the geochemistry lab, which I did like. But I was, I didn't have a background in chemistry, so I learned a lot there. So you need to be able to roll with the punches, be flexible, give yourself the effort and the credit internally and the positiveness to do those types of things. I think that's my take on it.
Thanks, Nancy. Christina, would you like to add more? You're on mute, Christina.
I was on mute. Sorry.
Yes.
Ironically, one of our most challenging things is staffing. And maybe it's because it's in the computer science field, but half of our team are contractors and the other half are federal employees. And just the contracting company seems to have a very difficult time finding people. And we just put out a couple computer science advertisements on USA Jobs, and we really thought we would get more applicants, but there weren't very many, and so that's one of our biggest challenges.
Thanks for sharing that, Christina. Anyone else would like to add anything else to that particular question about challenges? Vanessa?
Yeah, yes. So when I started my position as a, in safety, my biggest challenge was COVID because I started right before COVID started. So I've kind to learn how to navigate and learn new things, just not like, be focusing on safety training and things like that, but like how to keep my staff safe and how to learn new things. And during COVID, it was really hard because every week we have different guidance, things change. So that was, kind of like my biggest challenge so far, as a safety, and safety.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, I'm glad you brought up COVID because things happen and things occur that affects our lives in a personal manner as well as professionally. So how would each of you, how would you explain how life balance here at the USGS is supported? Do you think it is supported for work and life balance? Christina?
Absolutely. As a wife and a mother of two, life happens. And I will say, I've been very fortunate to have supervisors that understand that life family balance. And now that we have the teleworking options, that makes things easier as well and appreciated. I hope that doesn't go away.
Yes.
So absolutely, I would say I always knew I wanted a career, and USGS has totally made that possible, having a family. Yes.
Thanks, Christina. Whitney?
Yeah, so I actually just gave a presentation on work-life balance 2 weeks ago. So this is the timely question. And yeah, I agree. The USGS does do a good job with work-life balance. I know I have 4 kids at home. I just had a child back in February and took 12 weeks of maternity leave. And so that was all paid for. So it's really nice. And my supervisor is also extremely supportive of work-life balance. He allows me to telework and is always mindful that I have family at home and doesn't ask me to do things after hours and stuff like that. So yeah, even with 4 kids, I'm able to maintain a healthy work-life balance.
Thank you, Whitney. Yes, and we all play many different roles and we wear many different hats, whether in our personal lives or professional lives. So I can definitely attest to the fact that USGS does support the various roles we play in our personal lives and how we can adjust and align those with our professional duties and roles that we play at work. We'll pivot back over to the chat. Adrian, do we have any new questions that have come through?
Well, first, David had his hand raised. Did you have a thought on that, David?
I'm sorry, David. I didn't see your hand.
No, that's quite all right. Yeah, I can make it quick, and I'll quickly add that in my experience, my supervisor has been extremely understanding and empathetic of my work-life balance, and I've seen it with everyone else. They know that we get in my opinion, we get a pretty generous benefits and leave package. So, it's part of the perks of working for the USGS and getting the opportunity to actually take a little bit of leave. I've had plenty of family emergencies or house emergencies that I've had to leave midday, never had an issue. And I'm not a supervisor, but I can tell, at least from my perspective, from my side of the fence, that a lot of times when projects are budgeted for time and everything, they take into account, it seems, that people are going to take off. People are going to have emergencies. So at least I can tell from my perspective that that's usually budgeted into the projects as well.
Thank you, David. Adrian?
Yeah. So I will chime in. As a person with a disability, I'll also say that USGS is really great and flexible about working with people on that. I've had great experiences about being able to take off for doctor's appointments. We have separate sick leave and annual leave. And so USGS is really supportive in that way as well. So to the chat, we have someone who, I think this is more directed at the those of you guys who were supervisors or engaged in hiring. Are there particular degrees and skill sets that are most in demand? And I'll say that those of you who aren't in hiring, what kind of skill sets and degrees would someone who wanted to fill a position like yours want to have?
So I'm mainly hiring hydrologic technicians or hydrologists in my position. And so for the hydrologic technician series, some of the positions do not necessarily require a college degree. So when they don't, I'm looking for somebody who seems to have a passion about the environment, environmental issues, who likes to be outside, who has a good attitude. That goes a long way. But then for the positions that do require a degree, doesn't necessarily have to be hydrology, but I do like to see somebody that has something that's environmental related, and that has an interest in the environment, geology, geography, environmental science, hydrology, something related to the job. But a lot of the job, the hydrologic technician job, a lot of it is on the job training. So even if they come in without a whole lot of experience, they get that training on the job. We put them through a rigorous boot camp in our center, and that helps a lot, and send them to training courses all over the country. So they don't necessarily have to come in with a strong academic background to be a hydrologic technician, but the soft skills are things that we're looking for during the interview process, like being a team player, having a positive attitude, those kinds of things. And then for the hydrologist role, we are looking for someone with a college degree. I like to see folks that have a lot of hands-on experience, so internships, those types of things I think are really good. And then those usually provide references that we can reach out to as well.
Thanks, Whitney. Christina?
I probably already said it, but we do like the computer science degrees. But that said, we have folks on our team with mathematic degrees also. So it's more about what courses you have on your transcript. If you can get past that HR screening before the interviews do start, or we see the list, I guess, of people. So yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Adrian, any more questions?
Yep. We have someone who was interested in hearing about what your day-to-day responsibilities look like. And we've already discussed challenges, what is challenging about your position, but also what is fun about your position in USGS.
We're all quiet.
David's got his hand up. David has an answer.
David, go ahead.
I don't know if it's the right answer. I got an answer. No. So my day-to-day as a hydrologic technician is I come in, we have a pretty, we call it maxi flex schedule. We have a pretty, the schedule is, you could show up between basically 6 o'clock and 9:30, at least in my center. And then you got to work, your full day, but that helps a lot. So I come in usually pretty early because in Florida it's hot, and I like to start early and hopefully finish early if I can. And basically I'm assigned a certain number of stream gauges or stations that we use for monitoring rivers. And my day-to-day is I come in the morning, I look and take a look at my sites, my stations that I'm assigned. I identify if there's any issues or problems, if they're still working in the field and collecting data properly. I'm making sure that that flows that we need in those rivers are getting measured to compare for our models, our hydrologic models. And I'm going out in the field and making stream gauging measurements, and that's kind of like the overarching gist of it. While I'm in the field, you're presented with, every challenge in the book. You have all your equipment, you have all the safety stuff you need, and sometimes things just go wrong, and you kind of have to adapt, and it's like a big puzzle. And a lot of times too, I have a lot of newer staff calling while I'm also working, and a lot of multitasking, a lot of my phone in my ear while trying to work, and that's a lot of fun. A lot of it is just a really good time, honestly. But I think that's the biggest challenge is every situation is different every day. I know it sounds kind of cliche. Every day is different. And you never know what you're gonna get thrown at you, so to speak.
Thanks, David. Christina?
Yep. I can't see anybody's hand. I'm so sorry. I don't know why.
My day looks a little different. I'm jealous of field work, actually. I wish I could go out in the field. I'm in the office all the time. I do telework about half and half, though, which is nice, as I mentioned. But my day-to-day involves project meetings with the different software teams. We do have different project leads on our team, but we hold individual project calls, which will be on Microsoft Teams, just like we're here now. And we're going through either issues they're having or issues to be put on the release or to be deployed in that particular software project. If I'm not meeting with the teams, then I'm most likely meeting with cooperators or product owners of the software projects. And we may have 20 to 25 software projects going on at one point in time. And yeah, I don't get to code much these days. I do miss being in the weeds. I try to touch it when I can. But yeah, answering emails, writing proposals, all the things. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Nancy, would you like to add anything to that?
Sorry, I was getting a little IT tech on the side for the hand thing. Fun, he's right, and it's not cliche. You come in, I check my emails depending on what's happening. If you're prepping for the field, summertime is absolutely crazy around here for the marine ops. We're like ching ching running all over the place, jumping on boats, prepping, so you never know. And then your adventures, you're like, it's an adventure. Every field trip you get to go on is, you always wish for great weather or whatnot, but you never know what you're going to get. You just hope for the best, and it's more laughter than it is frustration. But I do envy you getting to sit at the desk sometimes. So David's right. During the height of field season, whatever that means for each office can be slightly different based on weather and seasons and whatnot. It varies. So just like I said, I usually have a change of clothes in my desk drawer just in case. You never know.
Yes. Thanks, Nancy. Yes, for sure. Working out in some of these temperatures and in the South, especially with higher temperature and humidity sometimes. I know you all have to look for the fun and adventure while you're out there in the field.
Correct.
We have time maybe for one more question. So I wanted to go back to the chat to see if, Adrian, if there's a lasting question there.
I think we've touched on all of the questions in the chat.
Okay.
If any of the participants have one, you're also free to raise your hand and ask on mic as well, I believe. Oh, here we've got one. If I am doing a PhD in earth science and mainly in sand mining, working towards sustainable sand mining, what might be good options for me at the USGS? Anyone know about sand mining?
Some of the researchers in our office do sand resources for beach renourishment. Those are areas you might want to look into. Coastal, particularly with the National Park Service, if they need their beaches maintained to protect the historical structures on the islands, whatnot, that's really important. There's an archaeological aspect in the National Park Service as well that does need help from the geological side of life for preservation of either burial grounds or it could be random things. I'm just touching on items that I've learned throughout the years. So I would just pick up the phone and call or research an area of interest. Those are some big items.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. And thank you to all the attendees for your amazing questions and participation, and to each of our panelists for sharing your stories and giving your experience and sharing that with everyone. If everyone could please stick around for our third and final careers research panel featuring researchers who work in water resources, ecology, and coastal and marine hazards.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the third and final discussion panel focused on USGS science research careers with a focus on the Southeast. My name is Debbie Gordon. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a white woman with dark brown curly hair, glasses, and I'm wearing a green shirt. I'm a hydrologist in the South Atlantic Water Science Center located in Norcross, Georgia, and I will be the moderator for this session. Before we get started, I want to share that closed captioning for this event is available through Microsoft Teams. To turn on live captions, click the three dots on your meeting window labeled More, navigate to Language and Speech, then click on Turn on live captions. If you have any questions for one of our speakers, please use the raise hand function. And when called on, feel free to turn on your microphone if you'd like to ask your question out loud. You are also welcome to use the chat to ask questions. If you need any technical assistance during the event, please email stp_it@usgs.gov, or use the chat, since we are fortunate to have our awesome IT staff here with us today to help out. This information will also be shared in the chat. So throughout the day, we've introduced you to the diversity of career paths available within the USGS. Every single USGS employee plays a critical role in helping our agency function successfully to fulfill our mission to serve the American public. Without a doubt, USGS could not function without the science support and technical staff, including those folks you met earlier today. As a science agency, we certainly can't function without our science researchers. During this panel, you'll meet scientists with expertise in biology and ecosystems, coastal and marine hazards, and water resources, who will introduce themselves, discuss their academic background, scientific experience, their career paths to USGS, their current research, and more. After they introduce themselves, we will open it up to questions from you all. So please add questions you have for our researchers in the chat as we go along. Any questions that we are not able to cover during the event will be compiled, answered, and distributed to attendees afterwards, along with some helpful resources. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our first researcher. And I think that will be Brett. Could you introduce yourself to everyone?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Brett Johnston. I'm a hydrologist with the Caribbean Florida Water Science Center based out of the Orlando office. I'm a white male with salt and pepper hair, and I'm wearing a baby blue polo. So my journey with the USGS began back in 2007, shortly after getting my BS in environmental science from the University of Central Florida. I was hired as a contractor to work on a large water quality sampling project around Lake Okeechobee. This was a really great opportunity to get a lot of hands-on experience in the field, which I was really interested in. After a couple of years, I was brought on as a federal employee, a hydrologic technician in our center's data section. The data section is a team primarily responsible for maintaining a network of continuous real-time monitoring stream gauges and collecting critical field data. If you were in the last section, you heard David speak to this a bunch. The late 2000s were a really exciting time to join the USGS because of the rapid advancements happening in sensor technologies used to collect field data. I was always eager for opportunities to get involved with new equipment and instrumentation, and before long, wouldn't you know it, that really became my area of expertise. So for many years now, the focus of my work has been on evaluating and applying leading-edge observing systems, such as those using sound or light energy to make measurements in water, to advance understandings of water quality dynamics, particularly those focused around nutrients and phytoplankton communities, which are key components in monitoring for harmful algal blooms. Thanks.
Thank you, Brett. Next, we have Daniel. Would you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Dan Crows. I'm a research ecologist here at the Lower Mississippi Gulf Water Science Center. I have blonde hair and a long beard. I'm a white male. My pronouns are he, him. Some people have rightfully started calling me the Swamp Viking, and I think that's a appropriate, visage of who I am. I'm a research ecologist, but I identify as a research geomorphologist. I study sediment transport on floodplains and channel evolution. I started looking at rivers back when I was a little kid, and started looking at snakes and all that stuff that lived in the creek that was closest to me. I went to school at East Carolina University for both my undergraduate and my graduate degree. I took the MCATs thinking I was going to go to medical school, but right at the week after I took the MCATs, the guy who was going to become my advisor asked me some questions about climate and wetlands across the floodplain. I'm a wetland ecologist by training. And so went and did a whole bunch of stream geomorphology out in Kansas and Nebraska, Colorado, and just looking at how wetlands change across that gradient. When I got back from doing that and finished my graduate school in 2001, I applied for a position up at headquarters, the USGS headquarters in Reston, Virginia. And I happened to be lucky enough to have someone who needed someone with my set of skills of geomorphology. And we did a lot of work up in Pennsylvania and Maryland and Delaware and Virginia and North Carolina. And then down here in Baton Rouge, the district chief, when he was about to retire, he needed somebody to take over his work down in the Atchafalaya River Basin, which is North America's Amazon, right? It's the largest remaining swamp forest remaining in the United States. So he hired me on, and I became the Atchafalaya Basin expert for USGS, and I do a lot of work with the Corps of Engineers and the state of Louisiana, helping them to assess what the needs are of the Atchafalaya Basin. And most recently, we started working on the Lower Mississippi River comprehensive study, which is going to define how flows are distributed from the Mississippi to the Atchafalaya for the next 100 years.
Thanks, Dan. Next, we will hear from Christine.
Hi, I am Christine Blickenstaff, and I am a branch chief for the Integrated Hydrology and Data Science branch, and that's within the Oklahoma-Texas Water Science Center of the USGS. I am a white female with blonde hair, and I'm a little bit the odd man out here because I decided or opted to not have the USGS background, but rather to represent with my Longhorn since I am here in Fort Worth, Texas. So I felt that it was a little bit more appropriate. So I started my federal career actually while I was a student. So I had finished my undergrad in civil engineering, and then I did my master's in environmental engineering. And right then I got on with the Bureau of Reclamation, which is also an excellent agency, but not nearly as good as USGS, just so you know. But I started with them and finished my PhD in water resources engineering, and really enjoyed doing all sorts of modeling for the Upper Colorado River Storage Project. And so that was a really exciting entry into the federal service. I then moved to Denver, Colorado, where I stayed with USGS, or excuse me, with Bureau of Reclamation, and I did more climate modeling. And so, you know, I was absolutely convinced that I was going to do my whole career as a research scientist and never go into supervision, you know, the dark side. And then I accidentally fell into supervision and came to USGS. So that's when I moved to Texas, specifically Fort Worth. And I started as a studies chief and worked mostly on a lot of different biological science projects and growing that type of program, which was what existed in the office I started in. But then, you know, with my background and what I had done historically in my career and in my education, it really made more sense for me to start growing program that I knew more about. So I started growing more modeling program, more climate analysis program, more web app development program. I became a branch chief and was able to really start steering the direction that we developed science in Oklahoma, Texas. And so I was very, very nervous moving into supervision that I was just going to be so devastated to leave the hands-on science. And I can tell you that, you know, even though it's super fun to play with models and to get your hands dirty and be in the field, this is a different level of rewarding where, you know, as I mentioned, I'm steering what type of science is developed for the center. I'm interacting with all sorts of, you know, newer employees and helping them develop. My branch specifically is really unique within the USGS. We have 4 sections within the branch. It's about 50 people. And that, you know, we think about very holistic science in my branch. So our first section is data observations in geophysics. So we do any sort of non-standardized data collection. You know, we have a very large geophysics program. And then the next branch is the geospatial science branch. So if you think about any sort of interactive web map, any GIS applications, database building, those folks do that type of work. We also have a branch called the Data Science Applications section, and that section develops all web applications. So hopefully some of you have gone and played with the National Water Dashboard. That's a USGS application. That came out of our branch, and it's a really exciting application that allows users to interact with our data more. And within my branch, I was able to start a group called INFORM, or Interagency Flood Risk Management Team. And within that group, there's 4 agencies that work together to really push our federal science dollars as far as we can and answer flooding questions. And the 4 agencies included in that are the Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, National Weather Service, and USGS. So it's a really unique opportunity to work with other federal agencies, which is really exciting for me, and really leverage the best specialists we can from each of those. And I think that that's it for me.
Great. Thank you, Christine. Next, we'll hear from Laura.
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura DiCunto. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a white person with short, dark brown hair, wearing glasses, and a brown pattern collared shirt. I'm an ecologist at the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center's Gainesville, Florida office. I'm first generation, which means I'm the first person in my family to have gotten a bachelor's degree, and then I went further and got a master's degree and a PhD. So I've been at USGS in this position for about 5 years. And I took, after finishing my PhD in wildlife science at Purdue University, I applied for and got a postdoc position or a postdoctoral researcher position as a contractor before being hired in my current role a year later. So I'm a quantitative ecologist focused on modeling the responses of wildlife in the Everglades to restoration activities and climate change to help our partners at other agencies make decisions about how to manage water and conserve endangered species across this really unique landscape. And so one unique thing I can speak on in this panel is that of being a disabled employee at USGS. So, which for me has been a really great experience where I feel supported and valued. So if anyone has specific questions about that, I can answer those too. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. And finally, we'll hear from Jonathan.
Ahoy there, everybody. My name is Jonathan Woodruff. I am a white male wearing a green USGS polo with brown hair. So I'm a research oceanographer. I think I identify more as like a coastal engineer kind of researcher. That's kind of what my formal training is in. I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. I should say I'm at the St. Petersburg Coastal and Marine Science Center. So I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida, just 4.5 hours north of here. I did my undergrad at the University of Florida in agricultural and biological engineering. And then I got my master's at Georgia Tech in civil engineering, specializing in coastal hazards. And then I got my PhD from NC State in civil engineering, specializing in storm surge research. So my primary, I guess my background is primarily storm surge research. So anytime storms approaching the coastline, we use predictive models to predict water levels along this coastline, water levels and waves. And that was pretty much what I did for the most part in my PhD. In my current role as a postdoctoral researcher at the USGS, I do more total water level work. And by total water level, I mean the contributions or the water level that you get from storm surge plus waves plus wave run up, which is when the waves crash and they run up the beach. And so that's been a really unique learning opportunity for me because I always kind of felt like a coastal fraud because I did mostly like storm surge research. I didn't know that much about waves. And so the USGS has given me a lot of opportunity to learn more about wave mechanics and really hone my numerical modeling skills and also has given me an opportunity to do a lot of field work. We have a field deployment right now in Breton Island, Louisiana, that Nancy was actually a part of, who spoke in the last section. So during Hurricane Francine, we were all like glued to our computers watching our cameras and our pressure sensors and our wave buoys. It ended up being not as bad of a storm for that particular section of the coastline, but we still got some interesting results. So yeah, I think the best part about my job at working at the USGS is really I'm pretty much just paid to like learn stuff. And I'm paid to do quote unquote like cool research that kind of goes towards the USGS hazards mission statement. So I'm a part of the coastal total water level and coastal change team here at the St. Petersburg office. And yeah, we produce several products. We have the total water level viewer, which goes all along the Gulf Coast and the eastern seaboard and predicts maximum water levels along the coastline. So that's a resource you can check out. And then we also produce visual products. So we have cameras stationed in Puerto Rico and here in St. Pete and on the West Coast and up in Cape Cod. And so yeah, we just do a lot of cool coastal hazards research. And I'm happy to talk about any of that with y'all. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan. So now please put your questions in the chat, or if you would like to turn your camera on and raise your hand, you could personally ask a question. Before we get to some of those, I want to ask each of our panelists, what or who inspired you to pursue a career in the natural resources? Let's start with Brett. If that's okay, or you guys can raise your hand if you have an answer.
Yeah, so I sort of fell into it. I started out in college, pre-med, and I just happened to take an environmental ethics elective and really enjoyed it. And then, ran into organic chemistry, and that kind of, didn't rub me the right way. So I was like, maybe I won't pursue pre-med, and I really like this environmental ethics class, so maybe I'll pivot and go, more the natural sciences, earth science. And yeah, so that kind of, I made the switch, and then fell into, actually, I got my job as a contractor for the USGS on Craigslist, believe it or not. So if anybody, I don't even know if that's still a thing, but so anyway, that's kind of how I came to be here.
I'll go ahead and jump in. So I was doing my undergrad in civil engineering, and I was fully convinced that I was going to be a structural engineer. But then I realized every chance I got, I was out on the river, either kayaking or out on a lake, wake surfing or fly fishing in a river. And I realized that, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to be, is out on the water. And so I got into it thinking, if I can spend half my time out in the field and half my time in the office, this is going to be a little piece of heaven. And for a long time, that's what I did, and I really enjoyed that. So that's when I switched to a water focus and went into environmental engineering and then water resources engineering. So I think that, you really have to follow your passions when you're looking at what you're going to do long-term in your career. And, even though structural engineering made perfect sense and I felt that I was going to be great at it, it was tedious and boring as all get out. And so this is really a lot more interesting and eye-opening to me. And, it's something that matters to every single person on this planet. Do we have enough quantity and quality of water in order to, survive? It's so important. And we all care about our natural environment. So it's something that, when you're at a dinner party, people actually want to hear about what you do for a living. It's not like you're an accountant. Sorry to all those accountants out there. But yeah, it's a fun job for sure.
Thank you, Christine. And you must be a good lip reader, because apparently I was on mute when I was talking before. Sorry about that. So we have somebody's hand up in the audience. So I would like to call on Wally, if you'd like to give your question to the panel. And I could have mispronounced your name, so I apologize.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was finding it difficult to unmute because it automatically unmuted by the organizer. So, okay. So my question will be for Johnston and those with the Florida Caribbean Florida Center. So I think I overheard one of our panelists, I think, stating that I think you are working on the seepage, that research that you guys are doing, that is a seepage flow, and also on around pockmarks. So I wanted to know much more about that research, because currently I'm a master's student, and in my research I'm doing is on trying to investigate the fault displacement analysis on Gulf of Mexico. Now what I'm doing is I'm investigating whether the fault activities have contribution to the formation of these pockmarks and also mud volcanoes on the seafloor. So I'm trying to get a data set from BOEM, their bathymetry data, and getting data from USGS, their seismic sections, where I'm interpreting these seismic sections, the faults, and also generating these attribute maps. After that, I want to do a correlation to know whether whatever is going to happen over there. So I'm trying to compare it to the research you guys are doing at the Florida Center, Water Center, and to know much more about the research you guys are doing over there.
Okay, one of you in Florida, could you take that one?
Yeah, sure. So as far as like digital elevation models, or DEMs, as you mentioned, The USGS has a huge geospatial program up in Denver, and we produce not only topographical data sets, but also bathymetric data sets. And so I would encourage you to check out the National Map Viewer, which is a USGS product. There's also other government agencies like NOAA that produce a lot of digital elevation models for the coastline. I'm not sure about, as far as USGS goes, as far as offshore stuff, but yeah, so we have a huge geospatial program, and that could probably help with your research, I'd assume. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, would you
Yeah,
read
sure.
some questions from the chat?
We have some questions in the chat. Looks like the first one that came in was for Brett. And Amy sent over a link. Thank you, Amy. But maybe you can answer this question as well, Brett. Is your research with HABs mainly marine or freshwater? And then also, are there any research facility locations with USGS involved with freshwater HABs or microcystine monitoring using bioindicator organisms for this type of monitoring? I'm a PhD student interested in continuing my microcystine food web monitoring research post-graduation. And I hope I said that right.
Yeah, so particularly in the water resources division that I work in, we're actively involved in monitoring freshwater HABs. And the focus is typically on the phytoplankton themselves and the toxins they can produce, like microcystin, rather than bioindicator organisms. One of the other branches might do something with larger organisms, but yeah, we focus directly on the algae and cyanobacteria and the toxins.
And on a side note, we also in my branch do a lot of HABs research, and one of the really cool projects that we're working on right now is predictive modeling using remote sensing technique for HABs, and that is also in freshwater.
We're about to start up a project looking at Mississippi River diversion into a drowning swamp, and one of the big components of that is HABs, and we're going to be using and it's going into brackish water. It's going to be fresh water going into brackish water, and we're going to be using environmental DNA and a number of other different measurements. So we're going to be using passive monitoring called SPATs. And what those are, kind of like a fatty bag, a bag with fats in it that accumulate toxins. And so you're passively sampling that. And we're going to be looking at a bunch of other things as it goes from the Mississippi River through the swamp into one of our larger lakes here in Louisiana called Lake Maurepas.
Very interesting. Thank you. So we are going to need to stick with the chat. So please write your questions in the chat if you can. And Lindsay, what's our next question?
All right, next up is, this is a question that came in from a student who wasn't able to join us today. So maybe someone on the panel could speak to this. What can an entry-level job in hydrogeology look like? Is there a pathway out of college to a hydrogeology position without grad school?
I think it's without grad school. I think these days it's pretty difficult to have a position in studies where you're going to be leading studies. Certainly anything is possible, but typically, if without a graduate degree, at least a master's, then it's going to be a little difficult to get hired straight as a studies researcher.
Dorothy, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there are other types of positions, not necessarily in research, but assisting with research. For example, physical scientists or physical science technicians or hydrologic technicians that come out with bachelor's degrees in geology or hydrogeology, and we're always looking for people with that type of experience. So yes, there are jobs, but maybe not leading research, at least not initially.
Yeah, I was going to say in my branch, we actually have quite a few folks of our 50 that are undergrad only. And I think it absolutely depends on your aptitude and your drive. I think that if, you start in with the USGS, a really good path is to start as a student and start seeing what you like to research. And then that can help you determine whether or not you feel inclined to go to grad school in order to pursue the type of research that you want to do. So I think it just is very dependent. Every person is unique and every position is unique.
Okay.
All right, looks like the next question up is for Laura. Did you find that the postdoc position was necessary to be hired as a PhD or hired in as a PhD? And for all those with a PhD, did you first have a postdoc position before working with the USGS, and do you feel it's needed or would be helpful?
So I will say that it's not necessary to do a postdoc before getting hired as an ecologist at USGS, but the postdoc was very helpful in the sense that it was my first chance after a PhD to manage multiple projects. And that's really what you do as a researcher at USGS is you're managing multiple scientific projects instead of just, your dissertation, right? So as a postdoc, I was able to have opportunities to manage different projects to completion, and that sort of proved that I could handle that kind of a job. And so it was easier for a hiring manager to know that I was going to be successful in my position as an ecologist at USGS.
I feel like the USGS is one of the greatest places to go and do research without a PhD, right? You can do, you can have just a regular degree. You can have a master's degree. In the end, the beautiful thing about USGS is if you are good at what you do, you can go as high as your skills will let you go. You can go all the way to the top with just a regular bachelor's degree. And there's lots of people who've done it and who are there right now. And I've got a master's degree and I'm doing, research that if I was at a university, I wouldn't even be able to touch without, being a tenured professor, so it's all what you can do.
Yeah, I would agree with that. USGS is definitely like a choose your own adventure. I've only been here for a little over a year, but yes, I have a postdoc, but I actually originally applied to a non-postdoc position, and I was going to be doing research under a different PI. So what the postdoc is giving me is a little bit more independence in what I research. I do have a supervisor, but they're there to more of mentor and guide my research versus like, hey, I need you to do this modeling of this specific area for this specific project. And so, yeah, I know plenty of people who are fantastic researchers with a PhD, without a PhD. It's really what you're motivated to do and what you want to learn. So I've been given lots of opportunities to learn computer science, wave stuff, storm surge stuff. I could probably go into Mars stuff if I wanted. I don't know. It's whatever you really want to learn. I think there's something available for you to do that.
All right.
Yeah,
next
I agree with all of
sorry,
you.
go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I agree with all of what you guys are saying. I was wondering while you were talking about this, if it's getting more competitive for someone just coming out of school, how advantageous is it to have an advanced degree going into this type of research?
I'll answer that because I've been doing a lot of hiring lately. And I actually think we are so desperately in need of capable, smart, eager people. So absolutely, it's not becoming more competitive. If you are good, we want you. And I think the hardest part about getting on with the federal government and, with my experience of hiring people with USGS is you have to be super patient. God bless our HR, but they are not the fastest experience that you might go through when you're getting hired. So you have to be able to apply for a job and wait months in order to get it. So just keep that in the back of your mind. You're not going to apply and hear back in a week. That's not how this works. So, you know, that's going to be your biggest challenge. If you are eager and smart, you know, you can get a job with USGS. It's not so competitive that, you know, you're going to be turned away for a line of 55 people. You know, you're going to be turned away because you don't have the patience to wait to get hired. So that's been my observations.
Right. Okay, Lindsay, do you have another question for us?
Yeah, this one was for Brett or Dan. So maybe Brett, since we haven't heard from you very much. Any insight as to how much of a stretch it is to transition from an engineering career? This particular person has Chem-E degree to hydrology, geomorphology.
Well, you certainly have the foundation, right? And I think it depends on what you're trying to do, what level you're trying to come in at. But, you know, folks that I've worked with all across the country have so many different kind of educational backgrounds that, yeah, I have no doubt that, like we were just saying, you know, if you're, you know, hardworking, dedicated, if you know, you're interested in the work, that you can find, you know, a niche here. It's a choose your own adventure. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that.
All right, looks like our next question relates to USGS balancing scientific research with practical applications, particularly in areas like groundwater contamination, water resource management. How can a mid-level professional with both field and consulting experience in contaminant hydrogeology and remediation and groundwater modeling contribute to that mission? This person's educational background is in geology with a BS and MS. And then given this background and experience, which position should they be out on the lookout for?
Dorothy has her hand up there.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah,
pipe in. Christine might also have some insights on this. But I would say you should probably be looking, we have a lot of hydrologist positions. Those are probably the most numerous positions, but you could also try looking at physical scientist positions, or, you know, even something that might be related to your basic educational requirements. For example, there may be a few geology positions out there as well, but I believe hydrologist positions are probably the most in demand, and we probably have the largest number of those types of positions.
Dan, did you want to add to that? Sorry, just thought. Yeah. Okay, Christine, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. Dorothy called me out, so I thought I should chime in. So I think that one of the most exciting things about being a research hydrologist at USGS is that you may get hired and start doing one type of research. You know, you might be doing sediment transport in rivers or reservoirs or something like that. And then the next project that comes along, that might be a 3-year project. And the next project that comes along might be, you know, developing a HABS model. You know, I'd like to say that you somewhat have to be a jack of all trades, because it depends on where your funding's coming from, on what you're going to be researching. So it's really cool because you get to evolve over each of these projects. And once you get really established and really good at what you do, then you start defining, all right, this is what I like the most. And so as long as you can get someone to fund it, you can research it. So it really is unique, where I would say, you know, a lot of people think they have to get so specialized, and that's where they're going to make the biggest difference. But really, you have to be a little bit diverse in USGS and be able to, you know, pivot on different types of projects.
Very true.
This is an interesting question from Sierra. As someone very new to the South and its diverse wildlife looking into a career in ecology, what sort of safety measures are taken for potentially dangerous wildlife?
Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I can take that. Our center actually has us, everyone that does field work, we do wilderness first aid, we do regular CPR, first aid, AED classes. If you're working with dangerous animals, you're going, or even being near them, you're going to be educated on how to identify them, how to avoid them, what to do if you are, if you encounter them and you are injured in some way. So training is training and sort of safety are very important at USGS, and no one is going out into the field without being trained and knows about what to do in emergency situations.
Dan?
So I work in a lot of places that have high numbers of wild hogs, and we use pepper spray, like bear spray canisters. So there we have training programs on how and when to use bear spray. If you're working up in very bear-rich places, they do have firearms training, but that's a very highly regulated thing, and the center owns the gun, and there's all sorts of safety issues there. So here in Louisiana, we opt not to do that because I'm the only one who has to deal with these wild hogs, and we went with the bear spray method.
We also do have a physical fitness reimbursement where we pay for half of your gym that really teaches you how to run well.
All right, this is a question for regarding geomorphology. Someone made a comment that they took an undergrad course. They've always found this subject really interesting, but they don't really have direct educational background in the subject. Would it be possible to get a career in the geomorphology space?
Absolutely. I have only had one class. It was a graduate level class, but I only had one class of it ever. And the rest of it, if you go and read Leopold, Woolman, and Miller, 1964, or any of those other geomorphology textbooks, and you really apply it, that's how I became a geomorphologist, is through learning those texts and applying them in the field. And the hardest part is actually finding projects that have geomorphology associated with them. But they do exist.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of came in feeling like a coastal fraud because I didn't have much waves research background. But I just was like, well, I'll just learn it. There's YouTube videos and books and all kinds of stuff like that. So you can really learn. At the USGS, you're, like I said, paid to learn, or at least that's how I feel about my position. But maybe that's not how everybody feels. But like I was reading a math textbook like 2 weeks ago because I was doing some analysis of a wave signal, and I had to use like a lot of geometry and some calculus. So I was like, all right, well, let me get out my old math textbook, and I just kind of refreshed myself with imaginary numbers and things like that. So yeah, I really enjoy. I think in school I was always like just kind of maybe not rushing through things, but like, okay, I'm gonna learn, and I'm gonna apply it, and I'm gonna leave. Or in consulting, I think, you're like, okay, here's my job for the next 3 months. I'm going to get through the job and then I'm going to go to the next job. Whereas I feel like with my position, I can kind of more take my time and learn something really thoroughly and try to think about the novel aspects of that work. So yeah, I think just having an interest that can get you into those projects is more than enough. Speaking as a non-hiring person, so. Sure.
There's always more to learn, for sure.
All right, next up is a question about GIS. How relevant is GIS currently with any of your fields of work?
Well, I can speak to almost everybody in my branch can at least get by. You have to at least be able to throw a map together. And I'm just speaking for my branch specifically, but we do have a section that's all that they do. So it's very, very relevant in my branch.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I think I use like 3 geospatial softwares plus like geospatial packages in Python. So it's like, yeah, you got to know where stuff is. You got to know where stuff is on a map. But we also have fantastic geospatial resources through the USGS, as well as training through the USGS for how to use the data that we have. So yeah, I would look into that.
Yeah, I primarily use R and Python for my map needs.
I personally have used QGIS, which is free open source software for anybody that's interested and maybe can't afford Esri yet. That's a good option. We got a question about academia. Has anybody here transitioned from academia into the USGS? And then the question, if we have anybody, sorry if I can't recall, was it difficult to adapt to the broader scope of projects in government research? Maybe we didn't have anybody move from academia.
Like I just graduated from academia, and yeah, I mean, just observing from my advisor and my friends who did academic postdocs, it is very different, but there's a lot of similarities. You're still trying to do, at least in my position, still trying to do novel research. You're still trying to publish papers. So I think it would transfer quite well from academia to USGS, although you are restricted a little bit more in some ways, being in a federal agency.
Go ahead, Laura.
Laura?
Yeah, so I definitely agree. But I will say that a lot of, at least in my experience, a lot of USGS science is definitely more applied and focused on the end users of the science. In academia, you have a little bit more freedom to sort of explore theories and science in a way where it doesn't necessarily need to be used by somebody else. But at USGS, your science is going to be used. There's a need for it. And I actually find that very rewarding. And it's why I was attracted to USGS, because I want my science to be used and make a difference in the world. And I feel like it really does.
Dan, would you like to add something?
Having never been in academia, I'm totally talking out of speculation, but I imagine that a major thing that would be a stumbling block for somebody coming out of academia is our review process for papers, because those they can put out a paper in 2 months and we probably won't even get it back from supervisor review in 2 months. So it might take a year for a paper to go through review process easily. And I think that's the people I've talked to, that's their biggest stumbling block, is the paper review process.
But, speaking to both what Laura said and what Dan said, I think that when your science is going to be directly applied in the real world, you really have to have that check and balance, right? We really want our things to be reviewed well. And I think Laura was absolutely correct in saying that it is so rewarding to work on science that is applied. And to see something that you researched 2 years ago actually being implemented in our water strategies throughout the nation is just like, hey, I did that. That is such a cool feeling.
Yep. And that being said, we do have lots of opportunities to collaborate with universities and people in academia.
Next up, we've got a question about disabilities. If a disabled person applies to a position without going through a specific channel for persons with disabilities, are you still able to get accommodations, assuming they don't impact the ability to complete the work? I think Dorothy might have answered this already. Yes, we address reasonable accommodations, but Laura, just because you mentioned it and you're open to talking about it, do you have anything to add about your experience at the USGS?
Yeah, I actually didn't get hired through Schedule A. So I didn't get hired as like somebody that was labeled as disabled at USGS. But the reasonable accommodations process throughout the whole federal government is really nice. And there's a lot of things that can be offered to you to help with your job. And I would just say like, if you know you can do the job, then don't worry about it. Like if you need certain reasonable accommodations, you'll be able to get them at USGS.
All right, looks like we've got a question about internships. Would anybody like to talk about kind of the value of internships in the USGS? Do we feel like they're beneficial? Like, are they required to get a position doing research? And would their research experience be enough to apply? This person has a PhD or is working on their PhD in geophysics, planning to apply for a job hopefully 2 years from now, loves research and learning about new things, works on saltwater intrusion in the Everglades.
Well, so since I started as a student, which, technically we don't have what's called an internship program per se, but it's, we have a student pathways program where you can start as a student. For a student job, you get paid pretty darn well. So that's, one of the most important things, right? You get to learn a ton of stuff. You get to do field work. You get your foot in the door. Because if you get hired in that pathways program, you can have an automatic conversion to term and eventually a permanent employee. And so it's really, in my opinion, one of the best ways that I've been able to get good people on my teams is by hiring them as a student. And like I said, that's how I got in with the federal government, was during grad school. So for you who are a PhD geophysicists, right now is when you should get in with the USGS. You should start, and they're so good about working with your student schedules. Here at USGS, we really believe that when you're a student, school comes first. And so, as long as you work with your supervisor, you're going to have a really good experience getting things accomplished in school and having that work education as well. I don't know that there's a better way to get hired than as a student. And just so you know, as I mentioned, we do have a geophysics section in my branch. So if you're looking to get hired, come to Texas.
And I put the internship opportunity website in the chat for more information about different internship opportunities.
It looks like we're getting pretty close to time here, but I'm going to try to get through a few more questions. Next up is questions about invasive species. Do you have any advice, information about the invasive species management program with the USGS, specifically invasive reptiles in the Everglades?
Laura. I can talk about that. Yeah. So I don't work with invasive reptiles myself, but my colleagues all do with the python and tegu. And so there is a big program of working on invasive species in the Everglades at USGS, and they actually are in a couple different locations. So there's some of us at the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center that work on invasive species in the Everglades, but there's also a group that is located in Denver, Colorado, that is in the core science systems at USGS that also do work on the invasive pythons. It's a pretty big program. I know they're always hiring summer interns to do field work out there. So if you wanted to reach out to me later, I can put you in contact with the people that hire those internships.
Thanks, Laura. Anyone else want to speak to that? Try to get in one more question.
Let's see. Let's just go with the next one up. It looks like we might have to follow up with some of these in our FAQ document later. So we've got a recent graduate with a marine science degree. Question is, what is the most important thing you're looking for with a new hire with someone with that background?
Yeah, I can jump in there. We do have a few positions that background would be perfect for. Right now we're working on a lot of compound flooding investigations within Oklahoma Texas Water Science Center right on the Gulf there. And so for me, and this is a very specific example, I would very much be looking for someone who either has some really good education in modeling, or has that aptitude and is willing to learn. I think that with all of these areas, you've heard multiple people say they're using Python and R, really focusing on your education on developing some scripting skills, developing those modeling skills. That's something that no matter what position you go into in USGS, those are going to be highly valued, and really make it so that you can effectively analyze your data, right? So I think that probably for me, those are the things I'd be looking for to hire in those positions.
Thank you. So we are out of time, but I want to thank everyone so much for all your amazing questions, and to our panelists for sharing your experiences and advice. All the presenters, panelists that participated today, and thank you all for attending. Whether you joined for the entire day or part of the session, we appreciate you taking time to join us. We hope that you leave today with a bit more knowledge about the U.S. Geological Survey and the science that we do, especially in the Southeast, as well as the diverse career paths we have available in our agency. Whatever your degree, background, and training is in, USGS has a place for you. We also hope that you learned some helpful hints in our HR sessions earlier today and had the chance to ask questions of our staff and scientists. As a reminder, we'll have recorded every session, and we'll share those recordings, a document with answers to questions we didn't get to today, as well as some additional resources to help you as you pursue your own career journey, with hopes that we all see you working for USGS sometime in the near future. We're so glad we've had the chance to connect with you today, and encourage you to stay in touch. Our contact information can be found on our event page, as well as links to staff profiles for everyone from USGS who participated today. Everyone who participated in the event today is available for emails, so please don't hesitate to reach out. And thank you all for sharing your time with us, and have a great rest of your day.